Yes, guys, you know what time it is. It's your buddy David at the Irish Hotspot, Ireland's #1 Spurs fan, the world's biggest Harry Kane fan, and now I'm Ireland's #1 vapor as well. I am off the cigarettes, absolutely loving life. I hope everybody is keeping well. Spurs are back this weekend, baby. Sunday, I cannot wait. Newcastle, with big game for us, but we have a lot to get through as well. And of course, it's all about you guys out there. We want you to come on and have your say. We have Dermot, we have Sean, and then we also have Ellie in the background. I'm sure more people will pop on. The link is up in the community section for any of the white members if you do want to come on and have your say. And then if there's enough time after the members, we will drop the link into the chat for anyone else that would like to come on and have their say. But Jacko, how are you keeping, my man?
Doing pretty well, Dave. Actually, just because there's, I think, weirdly a lot to talk about. I feel like, we have to admit, Dave, we're kind of scraping the barrel most times, during international break. You got to come up with things maybe to talk about over with Spurs. But I would say, Dave, got a good list right here of some wild things that I would say have kind of come out in news-wise regarding players that have left Spurs, players that, maybe are causing a bit of controversy, as well as just, some other things, having to do with, the news around Spurs. Seems like a lot of pundits, Dave, they can't keep us out of our mouth. So honestly, Dave, lots to be said.
No, there is. And look, maybe let's get onto one of them before we start welcoming some of the Irish Hotspur Army from the chat. But that's Stevie B Snapchat, Jack. What do you think that alludes to? And the quote is, and I have it here, the quote is, no matter how precious you are, if you are not in a place that values you, you are nothing.
Yep.
Just an innocent Snapchat about his car, Jack, or maybe a little dig at Spurs.
Well, normally I would probably, want to not assume the worst, Dave. Maybe I'd like to say, yeah, Dave, it's probably about his car. But knowing Stevie B, Dave, he takes very good care of his car. So I really doubt that, he's left his car in that much dust and disrepair. I really think it's one of those situations where I don't really know where else you could really point, the meaning apart from maybe Spurs and apart from maybe how he perceives he's been treated maybe at this club. Maybe, Antonio Conte's comments, you could remember at one stage there might have been, kind of something to be said about what he said about the transfer market and everything. But I would say there was also plenty of evidence to maybe just look at it, kind of a different way. Stevie B's, I would say there's really not a lot to really be pointed at. I think it just obviously alludes to Spurs, obviously alludes to maybe something else. And maybe Dave, after those two pretty good goals, he's feeling pretty big about himself. He's feeling pretty proud of himself. Yeah. So maybe that's what it is as well. He's maybe got perhaps a bit of confidence, and maybe that confidence just went a bit too far with the thumbs and the keyboard.
Look, now it could be innocent. It could be about his car. We know how much he loves cars. But if it is about Tottenham, and this is a big if it is about him not being loved at Tottenham, I mean, I'm sorry, but maybe call me old school or old fashioned, but like when you've got to earn it. I mean, you had a run of 15, 20 games under Jose Mourinho on the right wing. You didn't produce one goal or one assist in that period, but yet you demand the love. I mean, you got to earn the love. You look at Kulusevski, who's come in straight away, ousted Lucas Moura, Bergwijn can't get a look in, and he's come in. What has he got? 2 goals, 4 assists, or 5 assists, something like that, something ridiculous. You know what I mean? Since January. So if it is about being loved, well, I mean, first of all, you got to go out there and earn it. I mean, fans aren't just going to lick your boots and adore you for no reason at all. You've got to earn it, And look, if he perceives himself as precious, it probably shows that he has a chip on his shoulder, and that's probably why he can't get into the Tottenham team.
Word precious,
yeah. If he goes for Holland, the place for Holland, great. Bring that form back to Tottenham. It's not like he hasn't been given a chance. And to say that he's not valued here, look, if he's feeling like that, I'm sorry, but at the same time, you got to earn your value at the end of the day. We shouldn't just accept mediocrity and adore a guy. When okay, yeah, against Leicester he played well and he's had a couple of good impact subs and stuff like that. But over the course since he's been here, he hasn't earned to be valued. He hasn't earned to be adored. Stop crying for it and begging for it. This is the problem with modern day footballers. They all just expect it, like Harry Winks' famous quotes. Oh, I need a run in the team to show people what I can do and to perform. I mean, when has we ever gone past the year where you earn that run in the team? You earn it by coming on and playing well off the bench. You earn it by getting your start, playing well, and playing well every week in, week out since then. You don't just get given game time. It annoys me. Now, look, that's only if he is aimed at Tottenham Hotspur. It could be completely innocent and aimed about that car that was in the picture or whatever. But if it's aimed at Tottenham, I'm sorry, but no wonder why he can't get in the team. His attitude is all completely wrong, in my opinion, if that is the case.
I mean, and also maybe a quick little note, Dave, like, it's kind of something I feel like Tongi was even guilty of at times. Like, the guy has one good game, he already has a mixtape over that one game, like a skills compilation over maybe one decent performance. Perhaps it's a bit of something similar here with Bergwijn. He just grabs that brace and all of a sudden he kind of just thinks of himself as kind of, the big dog,
big boy.
I don't know, Dave. It's weird because I feel like I kind of came full circle on Bergwijn. I kind of doubted him, like you said, over that 15 to 20 game stretch under Jose. Now I feel like, he's, maybe proven maybe something wrong, maybe about what I've said before. And now it's going to come back full circle again, where maybe, originally what I kind of did say about the guy could perhaps, maybe been true all along. But I don't know, because earlier, Dave, I kind of was giving him a lot of confidence and kind of was showing him a bit of faith because he was in good form. And the moments that he has shown recently, he's been looking quite good. And then he does this.
It's just a sense of entitlement. It's a big baby throwing his toys out the pram. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, instead of doing it through words on Snapchat or whatever else, do it by actions on the pitch. Just show me actions. I don't care about like words and stuff like that. The thing is, we could give him a game against Newcastle. He could come on and be absolutely pony. You know what I mean? It's absolutely ridiculous at the end of the day. And it annoys me if that is about Tottenham because, you expect fans just to stand there and just make up songs about you and chant them all game long when you're sitting on the bench every week. You know what I mean? There's maybe start thinking, well, hang on, why am I sitting on the bench? Why are fans not singing songs about me? You know what I mean? And then go and produce the actions on the pitch to warrant it instead of just crying about it over social media. It drives me insane. But look, we'll see what Irish Hotspur Army we have with us. We have Moondog. Says a very good evening. A very good evening, Moondog. I hope you're keeping well. I still love this, by the way, the Robbie Keane coaster, my man. It's absolutely unbelievable. Big up, Moondog. Hope you're keeping well. Make sure you get your Dyer bet on this weekend. Make sure you get it on.
Oh, He's already done it. He's already got it put on for the rest of the season.
AJ or AI says, we are Tottenham TV channels overrated. Irish Hotspurs is much better show. First of all, we are Tottenham TV. The boys are absolute gentlemen, and I absolutely love the channel. I think they do the best content out there. But look, I really appreciate the sentiment, though. Thank you so much for saying we're good. But look, never ever dismiss the amount of hard work them boys are putting in to be able to get to where they've got to and the content they put out, my man. Look, at the end of the day, we're all Spurs content creators. Let's respect each other. That's all I say. Let's try and enjoy everyone's channel. Big yourself up, though, my man. We also have Adam McFarlane says 200 million. You can have Kane. Nope, nobody's having Kane. The thing is, look, I get it, 200 million. We're going to get this massive rebuild. Perfect. But you're going to have to spend at least 200 million to buy the assists and the goals that Kane has provided over the last 5 years continuously. And to get that quality in, you're going to have to spend that 200 million on 2 or 3 players to make up for what he gives this team.
Okay, Dave, 250 then. 250.
Well, what does that get you? Another
300. 300, Dave. What does 300 get you?
Yeah. Look, it's not enough. It's not enough.
Where's David's price? David's price? We'll find out tonight.
If we want the rebuild, you can guarantee you that Paratici and Conte are sitting there, and they are Son is in their plans to rebuild around. Harry Kane is in their plans to rebuild around. Romero's in their plans. Obviously, Bentancur, Kulusevski, Højbjerg, all in the plans to rebuild around. So no one's having Kane for 200 million. I'm sorry, Adam. I'm sorry to disagree with you, but look, the guy's absolutely world class. You can't be selling him, my man. Sue Smith says the days of United steamrolling teams for their players are long gone. Hashtag Harris Army. Big yourself up, Sue Smith. Yeah, exactly. I fully agree with you. It's great. It's great seeing the turmoil over there. All the stick I got off United fans growing up. I mean, all I do now is sit there, just take videos of me laughing and send it to them. I don't say nothing. Just pictures of me laughing and sending it to them. Absolutely love it. Big up, Sue. The Spurs fan says, come on, you effing Spurs. Big up the Spurs fan. Hope you're keeping well. And look, I would usually say that word. Try not to curse as much lately. I am trying to make myself a better person. But I'm going to be honest, come Friday, come Saturday, you're going to get all the swear words out my mouth because Spurs are back in town, baby. Big up the Spurs fan. Tottenham Tantrum Gold says, ladies and gents, it's here. It's time for the main event of the evening. If Carlsberg did Spurs fans, Dave and Jack would be the best in the world. Come on, you Harris Army. Come on, you Flat Cap Army. Come on, you Spurs. Well, Dermot, I might actually have to email Casberg, ask them to do Spurs fans, and get me and Jack, get a vote out there. That's what I would say. Big yourself up, my man. Hope you're keeping well. We've got Dan Coy says, another long summer due of Kane rumours. Another reason to finish in top 4 and stop this Kane transfer story. Finally put pen to paper and sign a new contract. Look, 100% Kane could stop the rumours tomorrow and sign a new contract and put doubts on them. But at the same time, look, if you're Harry Kane, you also have to understand the situation he's in. He's like us fans. I mean, I've stated a number of times, I'm waiting till the summer to see what direction this club is going in. I truly believe this summer will absolutely tell us what direction this club is going in, whether we're going to go in an upward trajectory or whether we're just going to continue on the way we have done. And for me, I think Harry Kane is probably doing the same. I said this somewhere the other day, I can't remember where, but I don't see Harry Kane signing a contract this summer. I don't see him signing one up until maybe October, November next season, to be honest with you, maybe just before he heads off to the World Cup, to be honest with you, Dan. Because I think Harry Kane is going to wait and see what sort of investment is put into this team. Players that are, if we're going to bring in players that can come in and help this guy ultimately lift trophies, which is what he wants. Big up, Dan. Hope you're keeping well, my man.
Legend.
We also have Mark Burke says, miss Tottenham right now, but I know I won't when we return to playing. Exactly, my man. Exactly. Look, we're all missing it right now. Then Tottenham come around, Newcastle come around. It's going to be a tight game and we're all going to be stressed out again. But you know what, Marky? I wouldn't change it for anything else in the world, to be honest with you. Look, you could be like a Burnley fan. You just know what season you're going to be in for. You could be a Man City fan, which I'd say is fun. You're winning every single week. But at the end of the day, why not be a Tottenham fan? You always...
Why not take the roller coaster?
You always have that hope. You're always going into that season with the hope, maybe we can nick a trophy here. Maybe we can make a stab at the league. And you always have that hope heading into every season, Mark, and I wouldn't change it for the world, my man. Big yourself up.
Well said,
we also have Matt C says, good evening, lads. So happy from Canada's qualification for the to the World Cup. Come on, you Spurs. Look, all you Canadians out there, congratulations. Yeah. Congratulations. I'm not going to lie. I'm slightly jealous. I mean, why can't Ireland be there? It is what it is. But I'll definitely be rooting for Canada. I love an underdog. So everyone
Golden generation they have, Matt. And I would say you guys must be very proud of it as well, because finally, there's a kind of a new big dog, in the North American kind of CONCACAF sort of battle. It's good to see Canada, actually showing people up these days.
No, it is fair play to them. Ellie says you're fashionably late like Glenn Hoddle. No, look, we were just me, Dermot, and Shawnee and Jacko were speaking in the back, and you know how it is, Ellie. But look, it's not fashionably late like Hoddle. It's fashionably late like Ellie. Big yourself up. Love it. You never get anything by her. She's on the minute. She's sitting there with the watch counting down, shaking, waiting for the stream. Where are they? They're 30 seconds late. They're a minute late. Big up, Ellie. Mr. Edwardson says, the Irish Hotspur. Hi, Dave and Jack. Big yourself up. I hope you're keeping well, Mr. Edwardson. We also have Zoe in the building. Big up, lads. Big up, Zoe. Hope you're keeping well as well. Cara Simpson is joining us. Evening, gents. Evening, fellow gentlemen. I hope you're keeping well, Cara. We also have Washgal. Oh, yes, lads. Big up yourselves. The Harris Army love a flat cap. Big yourself up, Washgal. Big yourself up. And look, it's all the rage again. Peaky Blinders is back in again. So it's all the rage. The new series in the Peaky Blinders is out. So, absolutely everybody is wearing them lately. The amount of people wearing them at Spurs games and everything. You got to love it. Big up, Washgal. Who else have we got? We've got Harrison Brownlee. Says, guys. Big up, Harrison. Hope you're keeping well, my man. Amir Sadar, evening, ladies and gents. How's everyone doing? Hope all is well. Come on, you Spurs. Amir, hopefully you can pop on at some stage and have a conversation with us, brother. And I hope you're keeping well, lad.
Love listening to Amir.
Eric Hutchinson says, good evening, David and Jack. Let's get at that Newcastle lot and put them back in their place. Come on, you Spurs. Derek, I absolutely cannot wait. Look, maybe we'll be having Magpie this Sunday. Let me know what goes with Magpie. Maybe a nice red wine jus, a bit of mashed potato, maybe a roasty, Yorkshire pud. Who knows? Just let me know what goes nice with Magpie. I'll definitely order mine for Sunday, my man. It's going to be a nice little treat for me after the game. Probably a bit of a gamey meat, but look, we'll give it a go, my man. Big up, Derek. And look,
wash it down with some brown ale, Dave. Wash it down with some brown ale.
Exactly. And anyone looking for any tea towels, make sure you get onto Chris. I heard Chris has a nice supply up there in the north of England. Well, big up, Derek. Hope you're keeping well. We also have Rifle says, big up, Davo or Davu and Jack. Big up, Rifle. I hope you're keeping well. Letitia is always, I love the way he announces it. Letitia in the house. Kane closing in on the England record. The England record. The Tottenham all-time scoring record, the Premier League record. I believe, I think he actually broke Wayne Rooney's away goal record.
Yep.
I mean, look, Phil, the guy just breaks records. I mean, look, he's one of them players we're truly not going to appreciate until he goes and we go through a bit of a slump in that sort of area, because it's inevitably going to happen. And when you have someone that's so potent, so good in front of goal, you're all inevitably going to have that slight bit of a drop-off for a period in that sort of position until you do get someone or find a way of filling it. And that's when we're going to really appreciate him, to be honest with you, Phil. But, well, not me. I appreciate him every day of the week, and I hope more people can get on that train. But big up, Letitia. Vince Vega is in the building, says, come on, you Spurs. Big up, Vince. Hope you're keeping well, Vince. We have Tony Austin, says, United Rumours to try and unsettle us for the running. Look, it's the same every time. It's not just them. It's Sky, probably the English FA behind it. They want Harry Kane out of Tottenham. Everybody else hates Tottenham. They want him out of there. They want to put him to United or Man City, where they can write articles about him every single week. But they can do that when he's at Tottenham. They just choose not to. It's absolutely ridiculous. Again, they're trying to engineer a media move. And you know what? They're actually starting it earlier this year than what they did last year, because last year didn't work. So now they're thinking, what we'll do, we'll start a couple months earlier this season. I just hope he keeps scoring all the way, fires us to the top four, the whole run in, and then signs a new contract. I would absolutely love it, Tony. Big yourself up, lad. We have Old Soul Jacko. He says, evening, lads and ladies. Slow news week with the Kane rumours again everywhere. Nice win from the Lions Sunday. Come on, you Spurs. And that's true, Jack. We do see it. Every time there's no news to be put out, all of a sudden, Harry Kane's linked here. This team want Harry Kane. I mean, are you just fed up with it right now? I am.
No, I mean, Dave, sometimes we feel, but, kind of like, God, are we really scraping the barrel this week on news, Dave? Trying to, maybe talk about certain things. And then you just have to remember that Fraud Sports is, out there, that the Sun is out there, that the Mirror is out there. And Dave, I mean, even when there is good news for them to talk about, they'd rather just talk about something that just doesn't exist, something that's just not happening. So I don't know, Dave. We can always maybe look better at ourselves knowing that there are at least journalists out there who have good news to work with, yet they still want to slander Harry Kane.
Yeah, no, it's despicable, to be honest with you. But look, the media done it with Wayne Rooney all the time, used to tear him down every opportunity to get. They just do not respect their star men. I don't know why. I do not know why. But big up, Old Soul. We also have Cocktail D says, big up, Jack and Dave. Good evening. Big up, Cocktail D. I hope you're keeping well. I love the name. What cocktail are you, my man? What cocktail are you? Are you a sour whiskey? Are you a passion fruit daiquiri, a strawberry daiquiri, espresso martini? Let me know, my man. But big up, Cocktail D. We also have Ron in the house. Ron Viniak says, the boys are back. The boys are back, and they are looking for trouble. No trouble whatsoever, my man. Just sit here with a smile and talk Tottenham Hotspur. That's what it's about, baby. Big up, Ron boy. We also have Bodrul Mazid. Says, good evening, guys. Big up, David and Jack. How art both? I'm going to say how art thou. Just a bit of Shakespeare there for everybody. I'm absolutely buzzing. No reason to be complaining. Life is good. Tottenham were on the verge of top four, like I predicted at the start of the season. Harry Kane banging in the goals, like I predicted at the start of the season. And I mean, there's not a cloud in the sky for the last week. I mean, life couldn't be better, Bodrell. Jack, how are you?
Doing well, Bodrell. Dave's definitely feeling like a sorcerer today. He's feeling like the Oracle, today. Big up, Bodrell. Good to see you, my man.
It's good to see you, Bodrell. It really is, my man. Take a few more comments. Just make sure we get everybody in, and then we'll crack on getting some of the guests on. I'm sure they're sitting back there yawning right now. They're sick of hearing my Irish whiny voice. Ian McMahon says, big up, David. Big up, Ian. Hope you're keeping well. We also have Cutloana Pena. Absolutely sounds good in an Irish accent. Every pundit in England is a United fan, so relax, guys. Tottenham are better than United. Now we have content, and we're moving in the right way. Well, do you know what? Words like that are going to make me sleep tonight. Big up, Pena. Big yourself up. It was Steve's golden cock, or it was just golden cock. Now it's Romero's golden cock. Absolutely love that. He says, "Yo, Romero's #1 fan signing in. You're not having this one, Dave. I'll fight you for it, but I warn you, I'm going in cutie style."
Yeah,
no,
Dave.
look, you know what? You can fight Jack for that. I mean, look, I'm a big fan of the guy. Gives me a hard on every time he plays. But look, I think you'd be fighting Jack for that one, Golden Cock.
Dave, sometimes I thought I couldn't have more than one love in my life. I found out, with the misses, with Højbjerg, is there room for a third love? Romero's Golden Cock, I could probably assure you there is. There is room for a third. So exactly, Dave. He's going to have to fight probably people for that, for Romero's love. Plenty of suitors.
Big up. I hope you're keeping well. That's quality. I love that. That's good banter. Daniel Larson says, "Hi, Jack and David. This show is the best way to start the week." Well, absolutely love it, Daniel. And why don't you join us for the watch along to end the week, my man? Brilliant. Absolutely love it. And guys, everybody, actually, what's coming up this week? So tomorrow, starting about 10 to 5, I'm going to do a watch along for the Ireland under-21s versus Sweden under-21s. And let me tell you why. So anyone that knows me knows I watch a lot of the Irish age categories as well as the senior team every single game, even when we've been doing crap religiously. And I've been following the under-21s all season long. So they have a crucial qualifier tomorrow. If they beat Sweden away, which they already bet them 1-0 earlier on in the group, it means we go 1 point behind them and they are top, and we'll have a game in hand, which means then we have a very good chance of qualifying for Euro 2023, the under-21 competition. And look, it's been a very long time since we've been to a major international competition at underage. And then, of course, we'll be doing the Ireland versus Lithuania game tomorrow as well. So, guys, 2 watch-alongs. And then next season, I'm happy to announce we'll be doing some under-23s watch-alongs, maybe some under-18s, and we're going to squeeze a few women's games in there as well. So absolutely a lot more content coming your way next season. But big up, Daniel. I hope you're keeping well. We have Adam Phillip. He's appreciated more for Holland because Kane and Son ain't Dutch. Big up, my man. Scott Hyman says, "Big up to all Tottenham. Let's carry on with our winning ways." Big yourself up, man. Absolutely love that. Ellie says, "I'm at the match, lads, and I can't wait. Come on, you Spurs, and we'll cheer the loudest for Højbjerg." Jack, do it. That was absolutely awesome.
Højbjerg!
As usual. And David and Jack, I wish you were with me again. Well, Ellie, look, like I already said to you, send me in plenty of videos from the atmosphere at the game, and everything else. And I really do hope you enjoy it. And by the way, I absolutely love Ellie bouncing up and down with everybody in the stands, loving life. And I really had a great day. Big up, Ellie, true passionate Spurs fan. She's a legend. The Bolton do it. Hey, David and Jack, hope all is well. The Bolton do it. We're all good. I hope you're keeping well, brother. We also have Toxic Headshot. Bergwijn is not good enough. Look at Gulu and look at Benny. No, 100%. I agree with you. I agree, my man. I really do. William Kelly says, "Bye-bye, Forrest Gump. Absolutely useless. Not worth his place in the team. Get rid this summer." And this is about Bergwijn. Forrest Gump. Bit harsh, William. Bit harsh. But I think it's funny. No, look, for me, I think if we can get in a Dybala on a free, we can get in Gareth Bale on a free, it kind of frees up one of Lucas or Bergwijn to maybe go. So pick your poison, to be honest with you, William Kelly. Neither really offers a lot in terms of end product. So I'd be happy to let one go. But William Kelly, let me know which one. Is it Lucas Moura or is it Bergwijn? Jacko, you? What do you want to say to William?
I really, William, honest to God. Sorry, kind of a Mrs. left her phone here, Dave, so I can't.
Yeah, so big up William Kelly, my man, but pick your poison, brother. We also have Chris in the building. Even lads can't make it on tonight. Mrs. not very well, so looking after her. My man, make sure you do look after her. Get her back to full health at the end of the day. Every person needs their partner. That's their rock. So make sure you get them back to full health, Chris. Big yourself up.
Sorry, Mrs. left her phone at. Sorry, Dave. Yeah, the Mrs. left her phone here, so I had to silence it. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're all good. You're all good. Do you want to answer William Kelly's super chat now, lad?
Yeah, I was going to say, William, like 2 weeks ago, I was going to say Bergwijn is the one that you want to keep. He's shown a bit of promise, shown that maybe he has a bit more end product than Lucas. Now, after these quotes, I'm not so sure anymore. Feels like it's gone full circle, like I said before, William Kelly. Honestly, I feel the same way.
Yeah, big up William Kelly, my man, and I hope you're keeping well down under as well, lad. Big yourself up. We have Born to Lose 73. Big up legends and all in the chat. Would you take Memphis to play next season? If there's any truth in the rumors, come on, you Spurs. First of all, my man, we're not legends. We're just normal Spurs fans who put together a channel to hear other Spurs fans talk. That's all we are, my man. Just Spurs fans like everybody else. Look, me personally, I would actually rather Memphis Depay over Dybala, to be honest with you. I think he offers us a lot more than maybe what Dybala would. And I would prefer Memphis Depay, but I'm a bit biased. I absolutely loved this kid before he went to United. You know, thought maybe if he stayed a bit longer at United and was given more a bit of fate, I thought it probably would have worked out with him. But I really do like this kid. Well, he's not a kid anymore. He's, 28, 29. But for me, I would take Memphis Depay for sure. Born to lose. Jack?
I pretty much did a whole video about it on the second channel, my man, at flatcapeurotalk. I compared the two. So Born to Lose, head on over there, my man, see what I had to say. I eventually came around to the conclusion that, you know, if you really could pick between the two, regardless of fee, regardless of money or anything, I went for Memphis Depay because he would be a better shot at being a backup striker for Harry Kane, as well as also filling in for Sonny if need be as well, in case Sonny were to fall injured, or even if Kulusevski were to fall injured. Whereas with Dybala, not really sure if he could fill in for Kane as kind of a striker. I feel like he needs, you know, a bit more support. So I went for Dybala. I also just compared their numbers as well, and you could see that, you know, Depay, quite a solid player over these past few years.
Absolutely love it. Well, there you are, Born to Lose. Stevie Fraser's in the building. Evening all. Big up. Cannot wait till Sunday. Hate these breaks. Come on, you Spurs. In Conte we trust. Look, my man, we all absolutely hate them. Well, I don't mind because I like watching Ireland, to be fair, you know. But, look, it is a killer. It is an absolute killer. I mean, look, the international break, you'd say Spurs players and Spurs fans probably did come at the wrong time. You know, probably could have just wanted to keep going with that really feel-good factor we had off the back of the West Ham game. But look, we'll wait to see what this weekend has in store for us, Stevie. But look, I'm feeling positive, as always, my man. Big yourself up, and I hope you're keeping it well. We'll take a few more on, and then we'll get on the first guest, which is Shawnee. Ishak Tarafdar says, coming back tomorrow because Argentina failed in their attempt to overturn his 2-match ban. Oh, that's about Romero. Yeah. Big yourself up, man. We also have Pure Effing Vintage. What's up, lads? Come on, you Spurs. Roll on the weekend. Big up, Pure Effing Vintage. I hope you're keeping well. We also got Alfie Gosling. Can't forget this guy. Hi, guys. Hope all is well. This rumor is bullshit. I love Kane more than you, David. No, look. Wrong way to start the message, my man. Wrong way. Nobody loves Big H more than me. I mean, look, I get updates from his barbers. I get updates from the boot boys. You know, every part of Harry Kane, every part of clothing he wears, I get updates from everybody. You know, the only thing I'm missing is the strand of hair. Look, Alfie, if you get the strand of hair before me, you can be Harry Kane's #1 fan. But if you do come to me with it, I will have to send it off to get tested and everything just to make sure. But look, for me, I'm definitely the world's biggest Harry Kane fan. And he says, I think Man United will need to pay 1.2 billion, and that is not enough. Never, it's not enough, Alfie. Big yourself up, my man. Absolute legend. But look, you know, we've been rambling on for long enough, almost half an hour. It's absolutely mad. I'll keep welcoming people in as I see them. But guys, feel free to smash that like button. It's a massive help with the YouTube algorithm. Big push to 7K. Feel free to smash that subscribe button. And guys, at any time during the show, feel free to get your super chats in. One, it's a great way to support myself and Jack on the YouTube journey. And, you know, it's a great way to support the amount of time and hours we put in behind the stream to make all these streams happen. And second, it's just a great way if you're impatient like me in a bakery, you know, and you really want that cake. You know, they've glazed it with some nice white glaze, and then it's really shining. It's staring at you. You can almost do your hair in the reflection, and you know there's one left. You got to do something about it. So you whip out that 20, and you're like, look, I know it's only £2, but I'm paying 20. I want it now. I'm skipping the queue. So, you know, basically it just skips the queue. We will stop everything we're doing, get straight to it, and discuss your point. But do not worry, guys. We know that it is a big bad world out there. Look, we've all been in a position where payday is Thursday. Come Wednesday, you have a fiver left. You need a loaf of bread and a bit of milk just to get you through the rest of the evening and get your breakfast the next day. Do not worry, guys. I know times are tough. Just get your comments in the chat and we will bring them up as we go along. But it is time to get on the guest. So let's start getting them on. And it's the one and only. It's the one that everybody loves. He has his own catchphrase. I'm not even going to do it because it doesn't sound right unless he does it. And do you know what, guys? He's an absolute gentleman. He's a legend. He's been sick the last week, but he's made a good recovery. Everybody wish him well. He's the one and only. He helps us with more or less everything we do here. It is Sean from Spurs Talk Show.
Come on. I'm back of the century.
What's happening? How you guys doing?
Oh, good, my man. Oh, good. How are you keeping, brother? You feeling a lot better?
No, I'm not feeling a lot better. I'm feeling
good enough.
I'm 65, 68, 70% better. I'm not enough. If I was Oliver Skip and he was asked to come in and do a shift, if I was him, I'd be saying, it's a tight one, Conte. I'm not sure I can run.
Do you need me that bad? Do you need me that bad?
Yeah. If you need me that bad, I'll be there for you. I'll do it, sir.
I love it. But look, Sean, do you want to steer this conversation? Have you anything that maybe, look, you've had a lot of time during the week to be reading up on all the Spurs news and anything that maybe you want to address? Or do you want us to steer this?
I'll let you steer it, apart from one thing about the Bergwijn thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I heard what you said about him, that you've had enough chances to prove your worth, and I don't think he has had enough chances. I don't think he has, and I feel like his game for Holland was, I mean, on the first goal, the touch, the slot, and then the pocket, it was just out of this world. And if that's not a message to say to Sonny or to Conte, Sonny's not irreplaceable. And I know that, look, Sonny was exceptional against West Ham, and it's a very difficult position. It's a very difficult, for Conte, it's an incredibly hard position to be. However, before the West Ham game, when Sonny, I don't think Sonny played particularly well against West Ham. I thought he finished his dinner very well, and everyone gave him the man of the match.
Isn't that the big difference between Stevie B and Sonny, just quickly? One finishes his dinner and one, continues to
possibly
pass it away.
But I listen, I think that Sonny has missed more chances this season than Bergwijn has. Right? I just think Bergwijn hasn't had as much time on, like, chances had versus chances missed. Sonny's missed more than Bergwijn has. Sonny's first touch for 4 or 5 games was woeful. I'm not making the argument to drop Sonny. No. Just for devil's advocate, I'm just saying that Bergwijn has only had, 4% of the minutes that Sonny has, and in those in that 4%, he's had a far higher XG per minutes played than Sonny has, and he's probably scored more than Sonny had given on a minutes played per basis.
Yeah. No, that's fair. Look, that's fair. But when you look at it, do you think Bergwijn has done everything he can at Tottenham since coming here? Do you think he's took all the opportunities available to him? Because he did have about a run of 15 to 20 games under Jose Mourinho on the right-hand side.
Yeah. But I think his side is the left-hand side, which is the problem for him is that he has a giant godlike statue in front of him. Yeah. His side is the left. He's better on the left. He played that against Holland. When he played against Leicester, where he did against West Ham, all of those things were central and slightly left center, as a kind of position if you wanted to pick one. I don't think he could do it from the right. But I feel like, I don't know what that Snapchat thing was. I did see it on Twitter today. I just feel like if he leaves, it will be unfinished business. Like, I feel like it'll be a massive shame because the guy's got so much potential. Maybe he does need to go somewhere else to find it. Maybe he just has this guy in front of him who is undroppable. And listen, I'm not making the argument that Sonny should be dropped.
Did you watch this? I think you watched part of the stream yesterday or on Saturday. I think we put him in, didn't work out. I forget. Maybe Dermot can remind me. I think we were actually being quite fair to Stevie and saying didn't work out, where it partially had to do with maybe he didn't take advantage of all the opportunities he was given. To say that maybe he was given a plethora is probably untrue. To say that maybe he wasn't given enough, I think is then being a bit too kind to him. I think there's some kind of balance between it where, let's say, there were games where I think he really blew his opportunities. And then there were games where he definitely should have come on and he wasn't given the opportunity to do so. And it's kind of this fine balance between the two. I think the big issue, though, is that you think of what Sonny has done when he's been in the big games, in the big moments, what Sonny has done versus Bergwijn. And I think that's come very true with Bergwijn is we all come back to Liverpool. We all come back to even games in the beginning of this season. I do remember some big chances missed from Bergwijn even this season as well, where there was one in particular that we all thought was like, wow, that was Liverpool.
Kulusevski crossed it against one of the teams in the cup games and he ballooned it.
Yeah, that was Brighton. Brighton, he put it over the top. Yeah. On Kulusevski's debut.
So I think it's a fine balance between he wasn't given a ton, he wasn't given too many. He wasn't given too many where you could just definitively say like failed transfer. But to say maybe he wasn't given enough at all, I think it's a bit in between.
I just want to add as well. I don't know what you think, Sean. Look, you make a good point about him. His favourite position is on the left. But when he was coming to Tottenham Hotspur, surely he looked at Son and said, well, there's no way I'm getting in on the left. He looked at Harry Kane and said, there's no way I'm getting in up front. The position that is open is the right-hand side, and it's up to him then to adjust and do everything he can to get into that position.
True.
And he just hasn't done it.
Yeah, it's a fair point. But we haven't really seen, I don't think we've seen him in the West Ham game. I mean, literally, there's so few memories of him this season where he had more than 5 minutes, 10 minutes at the end of the game.
His minutes are low.
So low. And, listen, I feel like right now, our last big memory is West Ham. A lot of people, there was a lot of conversation. Should Sonny be dropped right now? Because his form has been poor. And he wasn't dropped. And then against West Ham, he stepped up. I still don't think he had a great game, but he did everything he had to do to confirm himself as God status who can, do what he needs to do to get the job done. But I think the conversation should have been maybe about 4 or 5 weeks earlier against the Chelsea or something like that, where, there was plenty of opportunity for Bergwijn to have more minutes than he did get after the performance against Leicester, after the West Ham game, and he never got them more than 5 minutes here or there. Unfortunately, I'm not making the claim that Bergwijn should be in place of Sonny, and I'm not even making the claim that Bergwijn should stay. Because, in my opinion, I'm just saying that I think it's a fucking shame that we had someone with so much potential and so much talent, but we couldn't find a way to fit him in and give him the hug that he needed when he needed it enough and frequent with a frequency where he felt part of the squad. I don't feel like he ever really felt part of the squad.
I agree. Do you know where you're spot on, Sean? Do you know where you're spot on is because last season he played 21 matches, or he featured in 21 matches. He played 1,200 minutes, where this season he's featured in 18, but has only played 497. So he's nearly going to, the amount of times he's appeared, he's probably going to surpass it, what he did last season. And I think
that's an average of 20 minutes a game.
Yeah. And so you would actually say last season, you could make your argument because he had a big injury last season too, but he still played 1,200 minutes. So you could actually say last season he was given an opportunity and a good opportunity. This season he's been given like pennies.
A fraction here, a fraction there. Yeah.
But when I look at it as well, though, lads, right? I mean, look, whether it was Jose's pick or whether Tottenham signed him, every manager is going to say, but Jose done everything he could to make this guy feel welcome. He gave him a good stint in the team. It didn't work out. Lucas Moura got back in the team ahead of him, and Gareth Bale ended up coming into the team. Mm-hmm. Then you look at Conte. Conte came in. He told Bergwijn he has plans for him. That he's valued. He put loads of stuff out in the press. But Bergwijn still can't really get into the team. And I mean, when I look at it, Jose Mourinho done everything he could with the guy. Conte has done everything he could with the guy. And it's just like, they both can't be wrong. They both tried, and
I get it. Like I say, I'm not making the claim that he should be a starter. I'm kind of making the claim for him. I've got his back in as much as he wasn't like what he did against Holland. It doesn't surprise me. Right, not against Holland, for Holland. I thought he's got it in his tank all the time, and he needs to go and find a club that will treat him as a superstar, and he will then allow his wings to, fully flow, and go on and be the player that he can be. Because the career is short, and I don't think he should spend any more time at Tottenham. Because I think Lucas Moura is someone that is happy, like an Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, that kind of a superstar, can come on and do whatever that that they can do. But Bergwijn needs to feel like he's loved. And he needs to be respected. And I don't feel like Tottenham have enough space for him. Yeah, he's not good enough to command it, but he's also not willing to play the bit part. And I get that. So I'll let the guy go. Wish him well, and I hope he can go on and create something, because he's been a good servant, but it didn't work out.
No, look, you know, like you, I wish him well. Hopefully he can go on and kick on. And like, look, if he does go on somewhere else and he kicks on, I'm not too concerned either, because look, you know, sometimes players come to a club, they want it to work out, and they try their best to work out. It just doesn't work out. And sometimes they just need a different atmosphere or something a bit different for them to be able to thrive. But for me, I just don't see it happening at Tottenham anytime soon. But look, Shawnee, maybe we can get you to help us here with the bottom do a super chat. And he says, did they not get a better club to link Big H with? Why would he go there? Man, he was a mess. Ten Hag is unproven. Sean, hope you're feeling better.
Big up the bottom, dude. I love you, mate. I am feeling marginally better. I'm almost there, bro. I'm not quite there. You'll see me in a couple of days' time. My eyes will be fully open again. But right now, I'm still struggling. But yeah, with Big H, mate. Oh, the same old nonsense, isn't it? Same old news, same old nonsense. There's no chance he goes to Manchester United. The only reason he would leave Tottenham is to go to a club where he can win things. If that's what he, you know, because I don't know, like if he goes to certain other clubs where he can win team events, in so doing, he may sacrifice a lot of certain individual records that he can happily kick on and create, not just match, but move those records to levels that are not catchable on an individual basis. And if he goes to those clubs within England, the only ones that he can do that with is Manchester City or Chelsea, which he wouldn't go to, or Liverpool, which don't need him. So if the whole Man United thing, if for me it's a backward step. He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't leave Tottenham to go to someone that's even more less likely to win a consistent amount of team awards. So for me, it's a non-starter. And I love you, the bottom duder. Thank you for the well wishes.
Yeah, and look, the bottom duder for me, I mean, just echoing like what Sean said, for me, it's a sideways step or a backward step to Man United. There's no guarantee. Look, it's going to be years before that gets fixed properly. The only club you could probably really go to, two clubs you could probably go to in England, is one is Liverpool, and for me, the other one is City. But like Sean says, he sacrifices a couple of individual records. I think Big H stays. To be honest with you, the bottom dude. I think he definitely stays heading into the World Cup season for sure. Maybe then after the World Cup, he might assess it, but I think he'll want to be settled and in the best form of his life heading into that World Cup. He's already said about wanting to be in form and that. So for me, I think he stays here beyond the summer at the bottom dude. But big up, and I really do appreciate the support. But look, Sean, one question I suppose we do want to ask you is, look, Tottenham, we're expecting a very busy transfer window. What position would you like our marquee money signing to be in?
Oh, such a... No, I think
such a fun but hard one. Such a fun but hard one.
It's a great question to ask, and I would have thought I would have
fun to ask, hard to answer.
No, it's fantastic. The marquee position.
Yeah, what position do you think that maybe?
Where do you spend the big bucks, if any big bucks?
Yeah, the big player in.
This is so fucking boring, but it has to be a centre back. I think it's the left-sided centre back. I think it has to be. We need to have a rock solid back three, and if we have that, then we can make do with talent, but not fulfilled potential in other places. Here's allow me to expand. I feel like that the problem for me is with this concept of signing players on 3 or 4 or 5 year contracts when we're looking to fill specific roles in specific positions for a 3-4-3 or a 3-5-2 formation, just to suit a manager who's currently only on an 18-month contract.
Yeah.
The problem for me is he doesn't stay unless he's backed, right? But how do we prove he's backed? Well, we have to buy certain players to fit his position, to prove to him that he's been backed. And if suddenly we do 2 or 3 of those things, let's say the first marquee signing, like I suggested, is a centre-back, a left-sided centre-back. Let's say we go and spend 40, 50 million on a De Vrij that suits Conte's system. And then we get that one done, and we hope that that's enough for Conte to get excited. But then something doesn't work out with the right wing back, something doesn't work out with the centre midfielder or the striker replacement or whatever else happens. Conte leaves anyway. It doesn't even that doesn't even have to happen this summer. It could happen next summer. But with a manager only on an 18-month contract, and you're trying to fill positions that are needed for his specific formation, if he then leaves, whether it's in 3 months or 15 months' time, you're then left with players that fit a certain formation, and the next guy that comes in that might be Pochettino doesn't play with a back 3, plays with a back 4. So then we're back into the same old routine of having horses for courses or square pegs and round holes. Yeah. Jack, I think you've seen my post about this before on my own channel, because I think you commented on it. Like we have this problem right now where we bought Doherty as a right back, but he's a right wing back, right? And then and Nuno came in and he was out of position, didn't do anything. And then we bought Emerson to play a right back, right? And the same with on the left back situation. We Ben Davies can't play left wing back. He can't play left back. And he can't really play left-sided centre back of a back 4. So there's so many players that we have that, especially in the defence of any team, that need to be fulfilling or filling specific roles, right? And what I worry about is if we go and you ask me the question, what's the marquee signing? For me right now, it would be to get a left-sided centre back that's better than Davies. However, if we go and spend 50 million quid on a De Vrij and do that, De Vrij can't play in a back 4. He's not worth the 50 million as a back 4. We are forever going to be constrained by the life cycle of management if the next manager that comes in is not also willing to play the same formation as the previous manager.
Yeah, I agree.
And that to me is a terrifying
problem
thing
for yourself with a signing. You don't want to sign another specialist. Not some person that only fits a certain system in case all goes wrong, like it's happened before. We've seen it all go wrong. Then all of a sudden that player becomes null and useless.
Right. And it's far easier at the front. Like Harry Kane can play a striker in a 4-4-2, a 4-2-3-1, or in a 3-4-3. Like offensive players can somehow find a way to kind of fit the mold. But in the back, it's very kind of position specific.
Seems harder.
And I worry about how much money do we put into the defensive positions? Because if we go out and pay the real money for the marquee signing for a specific left-sided centre-back and then fuck up in other signings this summer, and then Conte fucks off to Paris and Pochettino comes back, for example, then suddenly we've got another square peg for a round hole. De Vrij won't fit into a Pochettino system like he would in a Conte system. So you asked me the question, Dave. Sorry, I'm rambling on.
No, I love it. This is what fan shows are all about.
It's good to have this back running the show for us yet again.
The answer is, me personally, providing that Conte stays, we need a left-sided centre-back first and a smouldering monster who can do what Romero does on the right, on the left, and then Dyer can stay if we need him there to stay. That's fine in the centre. Then we've got our back 3, and then we can figure out the rest after that. Yeah. However, if that person we sign is not enough to convince Conte to stay, then we are going to be 23 years into a 3-year rebuild.
I love how you also said it's the boring answer. You wanted it to say, like, I wish I could say center mid. It's such.
Oh, yeah, I'd love to say just go get Eric.
Answer,
Go and get Ericsson. Go and get Bale, and that's fine. Lovely jubbly, but it's not
the
biggest
on paper.
Yeah,
but the way you broke it down, you're right. Like the way you broke it down, you're right, because you don't want to just create another problem for yourself all of a sudden again, like we've done before. And even we did that with Tanguy. Even that was our big money signing, and we did that where it's like, oh, this guy's perfect if you build the whole team around him. Yeah, like sort of thing. And it's like the moment that we moved away from that, we were like, well, I guess now he's useless, and you just don't want it to fall in that trap. And to be fair as well, I would say, Sean, you're probably right in that center backs, I feel like, are harder to come from nowadays, that you really know are going to be quality in order to step in. Whereas like center mids, I feel like there's actually a bit of a good crop that you can pick from right now, and you kind of know what you're getting. Where center backs, it does feel like, not as many on the tree that are actually, really worth the price that they are. So you might as well just spend big on it. So I do actually agree.
I do think for what it's worth, though, that if a lot of people I'm not sure how you guys feel about it, but if there is the one thing I do want to say before you let me go and move on to Dermot is this narrative that there's a free transfer versus something that you pay for, it's nonsense. Okay, if you look at all of the free transfers, like the out of contract players, that you would have spent 30 million paying the club for, you still end up paying 20 million to either the player or the agent in fees, or the same in extended salaries and performance bonuses, right? Yeah. So like this argument that this guy's out of contract, therefore he's free, it's nonsense. Like 70% of, if he wasn't out of contract, if you had to pay the club, you'd only be paying 20% more than what you would be paying getting him for free. It's just where the money goes is different. Rather than going to the club, it just goes to agents and players and other things in different formats, right? So
that's why running down contracts is happening a lot more than what it used to back in the day. Back in the day, signing your new contract was seen as security, but nowadays, rather than the club's profiting, the players are the ones that are trying to profit, and that's why they're running down the contracts. Look, not 100% of what the transfer would have been plus wages that between the club and the player that they will get, but there is
60% of it though.
60% will be like, that's why you see some of these players on absolute colossal wages. That's why you get a huge hefty signing on fee, bonuses, their agent gets paid, and whatever else they decide to put in there as well. So no, you're spot on there, lad.
So I just think that the idea that, I mean, maybe with Eriksen it might be different, but if you can get Eriksen on a free and he only wants 70 grand a week, then that's something that's arguable. Like there's a justification there. But if he wants 250 grand a week because he's on a free, like, no. And if Bale wants big money because he's on a free, no. But if he wants reasonable money, then there's a conversation to be had. But this idea that because he's free, he's cheap, it's nonsense.
I think in Bale's case, look, I think he would be cheap enough, because I can't see him at his age commanding huge wages, knowing that he's going to be using the club for the build up to the World Cup and then retiring at the end of next season. So I can't see him commanding huge wages. To be honest with you, I think it would be sensible for him to, give Spurs sensible wages to pay, and then that way it suits him. He can go into the World Cup and have one last hurrah with Wales.
No, Dave, those golf country club fees are pretty expensive. Dave, I used to work at a really nice, as a server, I used to work at a really nice country club in Texas. Like, I'm kidding. Like,
those tits.
Like a $30,000 buy-in, and it's like a $30,000 buy-in to some of those places just to get into the place, let alone then the fees after. So I would say, Dave, they're going to at least have to cover that, and then talk about wages after. So
would Christian Eriksen be worth? Would you want Christian Eriksen? Let's suggest that he continues his form for the rest of the season. He's up for free. Would you pay the guy 200 grand a week to come back?
No, not 200.
I don't know if he's worth 200 grand a week, because I suppose what happened to him at the Euros, that risk is always going to be there now.
I don't think Bale is even worth 200 a week, to be fair.
Correct, yeah.
Look, with Christian
Eriksen, no way is worth 200 a week. I don't think. Even towards the prime of his career, like, maybe worth 200 a week then, but, not now.
If he was coming in to replace Harry Winks, I'd be up for it. But apart from that, I'm not sure if I would go back for Christian Eriksen. But with Bale, I mean, it kind of saves you having to sink fucking 50, 60 million into that forward area, where you bring in Bale, you can get by with him as coming off the bench, or, as a rotation sort of player, and use him for one season, and then use a lot of that money, hopefully, elsewhere in other positions.
Yeah.
With Eriksen.
So Bale versus Dybala, you go for Bale.
Well, no, look, if Dybala was like, if Dybala wanted to come to Tottenham, which is a whole different story altogether,
he would be the guy. He would be the perfect example of a guy that you'd say, well, he was 40 million under contract, okay, we don't pay the 40 million now, but instead you pay 15 million to his agent and you pay 10 million to him as a signing fee, and you give him 300 grand a week, which he wouldn't have got under normal contracts. So you end up paying it anyway. But I'm saying, like, would you pay that for him, or would you rather just get Bale at 200 grand a week?
I'd rather go for Dybala, but look, I've always said on Dybala, for me, I would want Conte to make. I'd want Conte to make the final decision. I'd want Conte to speak to Dybala, and it make his decision whether he's coming for the money and the huge money that's on offer. Because we've seen it, players that get their huge last big contract, they don't perform. We've seen it many times at Arsenal. So I would want Conte to kind of make that decision. Is he coming here because we're throwing big money at him, or is he motivated to come here and play and wants to prove himself? So I want Conte to make that decision on the Dybala. To be honest with you, I'm a bit weary of that one.
Yeah, fair enough. Jack?
But
I'm actually just a bit less. I like Dybala. I just don't think he's like the notion that he's world class and things like that. I just don't really believe that. I just feel like there are times when I've looked at his numbers every season and I'm just kind of like, sometimes he'll be at a great mark. Sometimes he'll be like, why is he on 4 goals and 3 assists, and like kind of seasons like that. I feel like he's probably not worth 10 million a year. That's what he's asking for, 10 million a year, I believe, which is basically well over, I think, 200K, if I'm not mistaken. So is he worth that much a year? I don't think so. In terms of just looking at the player, regardless of money, I would happily take him. I mean, absolutely take him. I mean, I'm a Spurs fan. I can't, snip my nose at it. If I were to put my business cap on and put my flat cap on, or my flatcapeurotalk hat on, I would say there's probably better options out there for the money. But that's always me just trying to satisfy, make my life harder and, make, give myself more headaches. But definitely, I would actually probably pass on him.
100%. I think there's super chat here that the bottom duo wants answered. Before you go, Shawnee says, a quick question to this most loved panel. Do you think we will get in 4 players? I am beginning to think it's going to be only a centre back and a right wing back, Bummer or Summer. Look, even if it's a typo and you said Bummer, that's a word that's used in Ireland that's like like tough shit or something, tough luck, so either way it works. Look, for me, simple answers. I think yes, I think we'll see 4 players, if not more, in this summer. Jack?
Considering the outgoings that have already practically happened this January window and the outgoings that will happen this summer as well, I mean, 4 players I think is definitely going to happen. I would go as far as to say 5. I think there will be a guarantee of 5 almost.
Yeah, interesting. And remember, it's worth noting that Alistair Gold did say, look, whether you like him or not, he did say that 4 players plus whatever we sell, we replace. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. But Shawnee, what would you say to the bottom duo? Do you think we will get in 4 players? Or do you think it could be less like the bottom duo reckons?
I think he meant Bummer. But I think that, listen, the bottom, I think you have to, stay positive, buddy, because I think we are going to have more than 4. I think we're going to have at least, I think the centre back thing is going to be left sided. I think it's going to be 4 main key players. We spoke about this, Dave and Jack, plenty of times in the past. I think that the four, there's going to be at least 4, but those 4 are going to be like first team replacements. And I think we're going to probably go 5 or 6 in total and get 2 or 3
like
squad
a 10
players.
million pound, 15 million pound one, thrown in there.
100%.
I hope so. That sounds amazing, Sean. That sounds glorious. But John, where can people find you? What can people see on your channel, my man?
Spurs Talk Show's where you can find me, guys. I haven't been on since the West Ham game because I've been in bed. But Spurs Talk Show's where you can find me. Lots of fun, lots of games, lots of vlogs and watch-alongs, or not watch-alongs, but lots of just usual stuff. Most people.
Spurs content.
Spurs content.
The morning walks. That's the reason.
Home at the morning walks.
Solely is the morning walks.
Brilliant. I haven't done any of them this week, and I need to get back out and do it. But I haven't. The Bugsy's been furious with me. She doesn't understand sickness, so she's been looking at me like I'm a traitor, like I've let her down because she hasn't had many walks with Tottenham. But that's starting again in the next couple of days.
Good,
guys. I love you. Thank you for having me on. I'm sorry for the absence, and I'm a little bit also delirious for all the drugs I'm on to get over this sickness. So I'm sorry if I've been rambling. Love
No,
you
look,
all.
I was worried about you, my man. I was worried. I thought we were going to lose you. I thought we'd have to start organising your funeral. To be honest with you, but
Honestly, on Wednesday or Thursday last week, if someone had said, "Do you want to just like, do you want someone to put like, to take it out, just go?" I'll be like, yeah.
Yeah.
It
It's
was
the old
awful.
man flu, lad. It's the man flu.
It was the worst man flu I've ever had, and never want to have it again. Love you, boys. Thanks for having me.
Sean, it's great to have you, my man. I'll
Come on, you Spurs.
Good to have
Come
you
on,
back.
you Spurs.
Good to have you back.
Everybody, do get over there. That is Shawnee. Do get over there to his channel, Spurs Talk.
I was going to say, Dave, the fans are probably looking at him. I love the Tottenham Walks, and I feel like fans of the Tottenham Walks are probably looking at him like, the dog was, just, getting a bit restless as well. Where is the guy?
Yeah, no, exactly. Everybody do get over there and smash that subscribe button. Check out the channel. It's good crack. It's good fun. Sean's a great person, great personality. He definitely keeps everybody entertained. And trust me, the morning walks are the things. You get over there, they're so therapeutic, even if you are being a lazy fucker, you're not going out for the walk. You can just go with Shawnee. You know what I mean? It's absolutely brilliant. But big up everybody. And he's so close to the 1,000 as well, guys. So, anyone that gets over there and helps him smash that subscribe button, I'm sure he really would appreciate it. But look, we have a couple of super chats to get to. And then we're going to get to another legend, which is Dermot. But the bottom dude says, Bergwijn will not get a chance in the first team in City, Liverpool, Chelsea, United, Juve, Real, Barca, Bayern, Dortmund, or even Milan. True. Stevie B is a good player from the bench, a good player, no doubt. I mean, Jack, you were nodding your head to the bottom, do it. It's like he's reading off your page, lad.
He's right. I mean, that's what Bergwijn's going to have to realize, is that if he wants to maybe get a chance in clubs like Spurs, maybe clubs like of those caliber as well, I think he'll have to maybe do what some players do. Maybe you actually take a step down in order to then make the step back up to a big team. Like a good example would even be Rodrigo de Paul. He went to Udinese and then, absolutely smashed it there. Got his move to Atletico. Nabil Fekir, left big clubs to go to like Real Betis, and, kind of knock about over there. You can look at Memphis Depay, went to Lyon, in order to kind of knock about over there, then got his big move to Barcelona. So I would say Bergwijn actually is probably going to have to do that sort of move. Maybe he moves to like a Rennes. Maybe he moves to like a Lyon, would be good for him. Maybe he moves back to like an Ajax or something like that and gets his move, all over again. That's what he's going to have to do, actually. To bottom Duda, I never thought about it that way, but that's completely true. That's what he's going to have to do if he wants to be considered precious, all of a sudden. No,
and I absolutely agree with you, the bottom Duda. I mean, look, if he wouldn't get into any of their teams, I think. Look, if he leaves Tottenham, he's either making a sideways move or a backwards move. So,
a backwards move could be good for him, though. Like, it could be a good move for him because then he gets that confidence, Dave. It gets that notoriety again. He gets the stats up. He gets, someone maybe to take a chance on him again. So I would say a backwards move is actually the best move for him because, like the bottom Duda says here, none of those. He's going to find the same problems, if not worse problems, at those clubs.
Spot on. Absolutely spot on. Kenneth, Tottenham Hotspur, my man, it's good to see you. We were in the Bricklayers, actually. We were in the Bricklayers at the game, after the game. I know you love that place, my man. Says, was so cool to see you lads together at Tottenham game. Hope you had a great flight traveling to London. Wish I was with you and David Harris one day up the Spurs. Kenneth, I'm sure, my man, one day we can organise it. Look, we're going to try and... I'm going to try a little something. I'm going to try and start up like... a Spurs supporters group, and then hopefully we can guarantee so many tickets for a game, and the Irish Hotspur Army, we can all kind of get to one game together. It'd be absolutely awesome, so it would, Kenneth. But yeah, look, meeting Jack for the first time, I mean, we've known each other for a year now, and it's just been through a screen. It was nice to actually give Jack a hug, you know what I mean, and speak to him across a dinner table or across the bar. It was actually really nice, Kenneth, to be honest with you. And I had a great day, my man. So I really do appreciate that. Jack, anything you want to say to Kenneth?
Kenneth, it's good to see you in here, my man. Really do appreciate the support. And I'm also really glad as well that you took the time, to say that, to watch the video as well. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Kenneth, yeah, I do remember that way back in the day. I think it was like Europa Conference League game where Kenneth popped in and, was just telling us about, his escapades, over at the Bricklayers and whatnot. So Kenneth, it was good to see it myself. We, definitely probably brought up your name and, it seems like maybe the reputation, precedes yourself, my man. But Kenneth, absolute legend. And it was, like David said, probably one of the greatest weeks of my life, at least personally. But really good to see you in here, my man. Really appreciate
Yeah, it's great to see you, Kenneth, and I hope you're keeping well, my man. I do hope you're keeping well. Where have you been, lad? You haven't been around for a while, for like at least like 2 months, man. I hope you are keeping well, though, Kenneth. We also have the Bolton Duta. So Sean is spot on. Classic Inter. They brought in Inzaghi, who played a similar system. Not always possible if we are getting a centre back. We need to let go of one. Jack, what would you say to the Bolton Duta?
Yeah, I feel like in terms of, what we need to be getting in terms of center backs, we need to get a center back, like Sean said, bottom Duda, that is definitely, I would say, more comfortable in a back three. We kind of would want them to thrive in a back three, but then they also need to be capable in a back four as well. Let's say in case Conte needs to change things, or maybe let's say a season or 2 seasons from now, Conte is gone and, we move into, a 4-2-3-1 all of a sudden. So I do feel the same way. In terms of what Felipe Inzaghi has done, over, at Inter, he's kind of kept, the same back three, but it's just kind of been playing a bit different than, Conte's back three. I would say it's a bit more progressive, but he's still kind of asking the same things. And maybe the big difference is that he does seem to like Skriniar, where actually Conte, I would say from what we saw, wasn't as big of a fan of Skriniar as maybe Inzaghi is. So maybe Skriniar is now off the table. I think Bastoni's also off the table. So I don't know. I think the center backs we need to get rid of, though, are Joe Rodon and Sanchez, and then we could see what he could accumulate from there, and then maybe bring in 2 or 3 more in from that standpoint. Big up to Bottom Duda.
Big up the Bottom Duda. I really do appreciate the support, my man. I hopefully you enjoyed Jacko's answer. Look, I'm not an expert on Inter, so I keep my mouth closed on things I'm not an expert on. Bob Spur TV, I was just about to get this. He says you keep Bergwijn's name out of your effing mouth. Look, Bob, I still don't differ my opinion on him. But look, I do hope your Back to the Wall show went well. I watched the first half there yesterday while I was lying in bed. As I explained to you, I was out with the We Are Talking TV boys up in Dublin on Saturday. I'm sorry I missed it. But look, I will definitely try and get on your next one for a little while. And I genuinely do hope you're keeping well. I mean, you were on We Are Talking TV the other day, my man. And I'll be honest, I don't know whether you've seen the comment or not, but I'll put it in. I didn't even recognize you, my man. Did not even recognize you. So I do hope you are keeping well, my man. It's good to see you out of hospital as well, lad. Big yourself up. Everybody, that's Bob Spur TV. Get over there and smash that subscribe button. He's been fighting for his life for the last, 6 months? It's unbelievable. What a strong guy. Big up, Bob Spur. I hope you are keeping well, my man. Everybody out there, guys, feel free to keep getting your super chats in. Like I said, it makes you skip the queue. We get straight to it. Always lead to great talking points. Any questions, queries, or anything you want me and Jack to answer, it's a great way to do it, plus support the channel at the same time. And, we feel free to put your questions or your thoughts to the guests. And don't be afraid to challenge them either. Even if you don't agree with them, don't be afraid to challenge them. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. But, guys, we're going to keep cracking on. We're going to get on the next guy, and he is an absolute legend.
Oh, Dave, we're so slow and stupid.
We're
so stupid. Oh, it was Bob. Bob, you're just quicker than us. Even Bob has sent my super chat even about that. It's good to have you back because it's good to have a wiser, comedian in the fan base back again. Dave and I are a bit slow. Good than Bob Spur. I apologize, my man. Oh, big up.
Wow. Big up, Dave. Big up. Wow, me and Jack were actually only talking about that on the phone earlier as well.
Wow, exactly. We even were talking about it as well, Bob Spur. Sorry for being a bit slow, my man. Like I said, it's good to have you back because you're a bit quicker in the head than we are sometimes.
No, it's great to have him back. And Graham as well, it's good to see you in, buddy. I hope you are keeping well, my man. We have Mikaleo, who said he wasn't here for a while. And look, man, it's good to see you. I hope you are keeping well, brother. I hope you're keeping well. Neil Shafton's in the house. Neil, you've got that membership badge beside your name. When are we going to see you, brother? When are we going to see you? Get yourself on here and have a chat with us. He says it's short-sighted to think every big name wants to play for Spurs. When Tottenham starts to win, maybe the bigger names will find it attractive to play for Spurs. No, look, as every fan, we always expect that every player should want to play for us. It's just the nature of supporting the club, my man. But it's good to see you in.
Good to see you, Neil.
Claude Murphy's in as well. It's good to see Claude Murphy. Craig Bowler is in here as well. Adam Phillips is still with us. Replay is in. Daniel Field. John 071 is still with us. Welsh gal. And we have lots of people. Bryce is in. It's good to see you, Bryce. I hope you're keeping well, my man. We also got Anna McFarlane still with us. Mr. Pena as well. Who else have we got? Everybody's still with us. Spurs related are still here. It's good to see you, Spurs related. King Hoddle, it's good to see you. Carl Higgins. Anthony, you were supposed to come on. You say you can't join them. No worries, my man. Hopefully, look, we'll see you on the next one, brother. Hope you are keeping well. And, keep going to them games, my man. Keep going. I'm so jealous of you, Anthony. I am so jealous. You get to go to games whenever you want. You have the life. Look, you should give us tips on how you get away with it, to be honest with you, lad. You really should, but big up, Anthony. It is great to see you, my man. We also have Chuvar Tovarsky. It's great to see you as well. Bodrum, Adrian Siraka is here as well. It's great to see everybody. It is great to see everybody. But look, we're going to keep cracking on. I'm just going to grab a quick glass of water. But let's get on the next guy. It is the one and only. He's an absolute legend. He's got 2 channels, would you believe it? He's got Tottenham Tantrum Gold and he's got Grand Prix Gold. Absolutely love him. Let's get him on. Dermot, how are you keeping, my man?
Yeah, fine. Sorry.
Get it out of you.
I had to get that out of me. How are you? Yeah, I'm grand.
Where do you want to start, Dermot? Have we beaten to death, this topic on Bergwijn, or do you feel like, there's still, maybe you want to get yours saying?
I just think he doesn't suit us. I just think he's Kane. The Premier League doesn't suit him. We don't suit him. I think it's best now just cut our losses and just let him go. I just really do. And I think, I just think it's the best thing. Just this summer, just sell him. I mean, we paid 25 million for him. I just think we just let him go now. He's not going to get the games. I've never rated him, to be fair. He had that one good goal against Man City when he joined us, and I just think I've never really taken to him. So I'm glad to see him go, to be honest with you. I just think he's a whiner. If you can't, big up Bob Spur. Big up. Absolutely great to see you back on Saturday.
Yeah.
If he can't knuckle down and get his place back, then there's no point you being there. The idea, if you lose your place, you put your head down, you train harder, you fight harder, you get back into the team, and you make sure you don't lose it. And yes, Son is better than him, but Son is replaceable like any other player on that team. Doesn't matter if it's Harry Kane, Son, Holberg, they're all replaceable. If you're playing better, doing better in training than they're not, you deserve your spot. And because he's had his chances and he hasn't taken them, and because he hasn't taken them, you can take a cow to the field to eat grass as much as you like. If he won't eat grass, then just take him to market. And I think that's what they need to do with Bowen. Put him on the market and say, right, thank you very much. Handshake. See you later. And we even drop you off at the airport for you. That's free of charge.
Yeah.
And I think enough is enough.
Yeah. Look, for me, he's been here. We've brought in Kulusevski since then. He's come in, he stepped in, he's filled the role. The role was available on the right-hand side. He's had his chance. Unless he wants to sit there and be patient and be Sonny's backup. Well, then, for me, I think maybe he does need to question maybe about moving on. But look, let's get this straight. Without him this season, without the goals against Leicester, the goal against West Ham in the Cup, we wouldn't have got to the Chelsea side. The goals against Leicester, we wouldn't be sitting in the top 4 race as close as we are now without them. So credit where credit's due. He has come on and had some impact in games, especially over Lucas Moura since Leicester. Lucas Moura's come on and been absolutely poor. Bergwijn has done okay. He's had a bit of an impact, but look, for me, I just don't like the quote. I don't like the whole social media, putting it out there and stuff like that. I don't like just the way he puts it out. It's a bit arrogant. It's like he demands it. But when have we gone past, like anything in life, you earn it. Even if you're out for a lovely restaurant with your missus, you've earned that through working hard. Through earning the right to be able to do that. Whether it's making a phone call on your mobile phone, You've earned the right. You've earned to be able to buy your mobile phone. You've earned to be able to get bill pay or whatever it may be to be able to make that call. So why does it have to be different for this guy? It absolutely does my nuts in, to be honest.
I mean, to carry on with that, Dave, I used to work in construction, and I was up every morning at 4:30, and I'd do 12 hours and come home at 8:30 every night. And that was 7 days a week I did that. But every morning I was up at 4:30. Though some mornings it'd kill you. You didn't want to get up at 4:30. But I was up at 4:30 so I could have the decent things in life.
Yeah.
I can't work now because of my ill health, which is fair enough.
Yeah.
But footballers, all they do is go up, do a bit of training. That's all they've got to do.
Yeah.
And if you can't put your effort in even doing a bit of running and kicking the ball, then you shouldn't have the right to play for the team. And that's why I look at it. That's how my outlook is. If you put the work in, you get the rewards. If you don't put the work in, then you don't deserve any rewards. Yeah. And he's just too much money, a multi-millionaire. All I got to do is turn up and, and I get paid. And, if he's going to be like that, well, cut his wages in half. Or don't pay. Have him on pay by your play.
No, absolutely spot on. Spot on. Just a super chat. We missed it from Daigle. It was he's been a member for 13 months. Big up Daigle. Says big up David and Jack, my brothers, as well as everyone in the chat. I hope you're all well. Final leg of the Prem. Let's get more wins than the filth. Absolutely love that. No, look, Brian, I've been saying it all season. You just got to believe. Sometimes when you believe enough, miracles can happen. I'm about to get mine this season, my man. But no, look, we're well and truly in it. Now it's just about us keep putting points on the board. The way I see it is I know Arsenal have a game in hand. They're 3 points ahead. But you look at the games they have to play, I believe our destiny's in our own hands. And it's up to us to put the points on the board. I mean, I think Arsenal are playing Monday night. So if we win Sunday, it'd be interesting to see how they handle the pressure away to Palace. Now, look, me personally, I think maybe Vieira might actually do them a little favour. But it'd be very interesting. You have to ask the questions anyway. But big up, Daigle, member for 13 months. I mean, he's probably been a member since the birth of the channel. The channel is not that much older than that. Big up, Daigle. What an absolute legend. And good job covering for We Are Tottenham TV, by the way, my man. Big yourself up. Kenny Tottenham Hotspur, sirs, should make a really cool The Irish Hotspur green T-shirt. My man, look, I'm in the process of putting together maybe a bit of a merch store. Just something simple, T-shirt, hoodie, and a flat cap, maybe a mug. Anyone ever wants them, they'll be there. I'm not sure whether there's a demand for it or not, to be honest with you, Kenneth. But it seems like you might want one for sure, my man. But big up, Kenneth. We're definitely on to it. Any other suggestions, let us know, Kenneth. What an absolute legend. What an absolute legend. But look.
And then just quickly, I think, just to do it, Neil Shafton said, member for 5 months. He says, well done, Canada. Let's go, USA. Not a big deal versus, I'm not sure who he means by that. I'm not going to read it. Would like the win, but goal differential clinches. How about Pulisic and the nutmeg for the Hattie? You're nuts, David. Manscaped, all over the place on that one. I would say, Neil, all over the place, my man. But, I would say massive congratulations, Canada, because I would say it's nice to have another dog in the ring when it comes to maybe, some, kind of new people coming in. Because it actually has been weirdly been like Costa Rica that's been kind of that third team that always makes it into the World Cup. So it's nice to see Canada, finally flex their muscles. And I would say for all the Canadian fans out there, I do always remember Alfred Hutchinson, that random 40-year-old that was always in the Turkish league. So it's good to see Canada finally kind of rejuvenate their team a bit. Big up, Neil. Big up, Neil.
No, big up, Neil. Absolute legend. A few people saying they would actually like the merch. No bothers. No bothers. But big up, Neil. Big yourself up, my man. Well, congratulations to Canada as well. Like I said, I'll definitely be rooting for them. I'll definitely be rooting for them for sure, my man. I really do hope they make a good fist of it as well. They got Alphonso Davies there, a couple of other players, Jonathan David and stuff like that. So very, very good squad going to it for sure. But look, Dermot, let's ask you on maybe another topic. Emerson versus or Doherty. I mean, look, my thinking is we'll probably only sign one right wing back. I could be wrong. Maybe it could be two. But if it is only one right wing back and we ship one on, what one do you want to ship on? Emerson or Doherty, and why?
Emerson, because he's Bobo the Clown. I mean, we have bought the only Brazilian who cannot play football. He can't defend. He can't attack. He can't head the ball. What's he there? Just to look good. I'm sorry. I know Doherty's had his issues, but Jesus, at least he can do something with the ball. You know, Emerson. I mean, no wonder Barcelona are laughing at us. They must have saw mugs written on our heads when they offered us Emerson because they know how crap he is.
I mean, wouldn't you want to show a mirror at them as well, though, you know, in terms of transfers, like, you know, 90 million, whatever it was on Griezmann, you know, and players like that.
You know,
So
Barcelona,
I don't know. I think when we saw those reports that Barcelona were laughing at us, I feel like I'd put a mirror in front of them before they started laughing at us.
Yeah, but Emerson, he is useless. Honest to God. A 4-year-old could do better. Serious to God, he really could.
Defensively, Dermot, no?
Huh?
Do you think he's better defensively than going forward?
He's not even good defensively. I mean, you look at Brighton in the FA Cup. He went across the ball and it went into the net by fluke. I mean, that just says it all for me. He just cannot do anything. Honest to God. I mean, that fella is Doherty's not much better, but I'd rather have Doherty than Emerson. And no disrespect to Emerson, I just don't like him.
Yeah.
I just don't think he's a good footballer. I mean, I know a lot of people think it's harsh, but so is my opinion. But yeah. But Doherty's not that much better. So I don't know. We could buy 2 right wing backs and then get rid of both of them and be done with it.
Do you think we will get 2 right wing backs, Dermot?
I think we will. I think Conte will very quickly say that's. And I also think we need a central midfielder. And I think this is where Eriksen could come in now. I don't think we should go for Eriksen because I don't think, as I've said before, you don't keep looking back at past players. We have to keep moving forward.
Yeah.
We have to keep looking at new talent. But if you have Eriksen in that deep line midfield role, just passing around, spraying around balls, I think he could be the key to unlock some defences in tough games for us. Even if he comes on for 15, 20 minutes, I think he'd be well worth it. But we need to start looking forward. And I think getting De Babler in, for me, is a must. I think we have to get him in to play in that cam role and let Kane do what Harry does best is score goals. Stop him coming back. Just tell him to stay up there and bang them in. Because he's not that far off Jimmy Greaves' goal record. He's only 23 goals away from that record.
Yeah.
So he'll break that probably next season. I've got a list here if it's very quickly all right. Can I just quickly say Jimmy Greaves had 379 club appearances to 374 so far for Harry Kane. Total goals 266 for Jimmy Greaves and 243 for Harry Kane. Then in the league domestically, Jimmy Greaves got 220 to 178. In the domestic cups, Jimmy Greaves again beats him to 37-21, but Harry's still playing. But it's Europe where Jimmy Greaves only scored 9 goals and Harry Kane scored 44.
Wow.
And goals per game, Jimmy Greaves was 0.70 per game and Harry Kane is 0.65.
Wow.
Ooh.
So, I mean, the best
You're
goal.
opening your game, Dermot. Where are you pulling all these stats from, my man?
I mean, Martin Shivers has got a goal ratio of 0.47. And you can go all the way back to Jermaine Defoe, who's got a goals per game 0.39. And then if you want to go all the way back to the 70s, Alan Gilzine in the 60s, 70s, 0.30. So Jimmy Greaves is prolific, yes, but goals per game, Harry is better.
Yeah.
And Harry will become a new goal scoring record for us, if not by the middle of next season.
I love it.
Love it. I mean, for him to beat Jimmy Greaves, I mean, it's an achievement in itself.
Yeah.
I mean, he should get, and for me, if Harry Kane doesn't break Jimmy Greaves' record, I'd be very, very shocked.
Yeah. No, I think you will. I definitely think you will.
Yeah.
I think next season will be the time he breaks it. But Dermot, Cuva99, big up. Cuva, hope things are well, brother. I hope you're keeping well. He says, Dermot, is there a special guest with you?
Yeah, he's coming on next week. He's coming on. Now, he's a farmer, right? He's 103. Now, he's a Pharaoh eldest farmer, but he's been around for a long, long time. And he's been telling me stories about Tottenham of the past and You know, I've said to him, I'm on with Jack and Dave, and he thinks you're Jack Charlton, Jack, and you're David O'Leary, Dave. So if he comes on, starts talking about that, just go along with it. But yeah, he promised me next week he'll come on, and he's got two fellas working with him, Paul and Adam. But he's got to mark the sheep and the cows red and blue. One's a Chelsea fan, one's an Arsenal fan. So if you hear him shouting at them when they're doing something wrong with the sheep and the cows, just ignore them. They're just being idiots. But he's coming on next week. He promised me he would. So
big up, Kuba. I do hope you're keeping well, my man. And Kenneth Tottenham Hotspur says, what do you do when Gaza takes an ostrich to the training field? Question for the guests in the panel. Dermot, what would you do?
Run like hell.
I mean, when we used to have Delhi on the field, Dave, with, the haircut and everything, there already was animal control, around. So, it'd be actually easier back then. Now it's probably a bit harder.
I'd probably run a mile as well, to be honest with you, Kenneth. I probably would, my man.
I said it the other night about Gaza. Gaza, for me, was a waste. I think I said it on the show Saturday, but I'll just say it again. Gaza was a genius, but he was a wasted talent. He wasted the talent, like George Best did.
Yeah.
But, what a shame, what a really shame, because Gaza was something special until he had the knee injury, and then I think it all went there. But, he did play some pranks. I think one, he broke into somebody's house because he was hungry and started nicking cheese out of Ali McCoy's fridge because he'd been drinking and he was hungry.
I heard that one. He was ages away from where he lived as well, so he was. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. But Dermot, anything you want to talk about, my man?
I think apart from Ireland, the under-21's doing brilliantly. And I think we will win tomorrow night in Sweden. And
Big ass, they've got a good team.
Yeah. But this thing with Harry Kane, it's really starting to get to me now. Cannot leave the poor lad alone and just keep him there. Just leave him alone, let him get on with his job of scoring for us. He ain't going nowhere. He ain't going to go to Man United. He won't go to Man City. If he was to go to anywhere, I think he would go to Spain. If he was going anywhere. I think if he was to go, but I don't think he will. I think he'll be at Tottenham for the rest of his career. And also, Everton looking to sell on Delhi. That's not a surprise.
I'm not surprised either. I think they realise, look, he's damaged goods.
Yeah,
damaged goods, true. And he's only got himself to blame. He lost his hunger. Look, he's a young guy, 24, 25.
Yeah,
been to a World Cup, been to a Euros, Champions League final, 2 Premier League run-ins, every semi-final or final known to man in club football. And he's probably somewhere along the line. He's just lost the run of himself. But look, he's only got himself to blame, in my opinion. Look, I don't really feel sorry for him, to be honest with you. He's a superstar. He's on millions a week or millions a year. So many kids would like to be in his position. And, he's taken up a position that maybe someone else missed out on coming from his generation. And to let it end like that, I don't feel sorry for him. That's on him.
No, I don't. And you look at players from the past through to our great history, and there's players that you'd like Gaza or like people that had their own downfalls, but when they played on the pitch, they gave their all. Even when they were unfit, they still played. They still gave all for the shirt. Dele Alli never did that, and it's a shame. Is it a travesty? Yeah. But again, it's too much too soon. And I think that's what's wrong with our football now. Jimmy Greaves was on, I think, £16 £10 when he started in the summer at Chelsea, and then got an extra £12 for the off season. But he had to work. Yeah. He used to work at Wimbledon, sweeping the stands down for an extra £12 in the summer. You look at Steve Perriman, did all through the system, all through. They didn't have big money. Yeah. They weren't on big money in the 80s. Do you know what I mean? £300-400 a week.
Yeah.
It's too much too soon, and it's a shame. But do you know what I mean? That's you've got to be responsible. And playing for Tottenham is a pleasure. It's an honour. It's not just for being there. It's an honour to play for a club. It's the size of Tottenham. I would love it. You would love it. Jack would love it. And most of the chat would love to.
Yeah.
But next best thing is supporting them. And we'll beat Newcastle on Sunday too.
Look, it's going to be a hard one, you know. Look, they're well organised. They're on a bit of a high. They're playing well. It's not going to be easy. I mean, you look back, even when we were playing our best football under Pochettino last game of the season, we went up there and got slapped. What was it, 5-1, 5-2?
Yeah.
I mean, we got embarrassed. So, look, Newcastle, they do have a history, even when we've been playing our best stuff. They've given us tough games. I mean, under Jose Mourinho, we let a lead go as well. So it's not going to be easy. But look, it's teams that we should be winning if we want top 4. It's that simple. But look, Dermot, where can people find you, my man?
Yeah, they can find me on Tottenham Tantra Gold. I'm back tomorrow morning at 1:15 with Bobby Kay from Canada, talking about Canada's getting into the World Cup, which is brilliant for the first time since 1986. And then we're doing we're doing a special with Ellie on Thursday evening. Ellie from the Lane, talking about a Spurs career as a lady footballer, and then Ellie will have her sort of own show every week, talking about the women's football side. And then Friday, me and Bobby are back again. And then Friday night, we're covering the World Cup draw. And we're trying to get a few people on from England, Canada. I think Jack's coming on, as well, as Dave, if you can make it, just to give different people's opinions about the draw. And and then the Grand Prix channel will be getting up. I'm a bit delayed starting it, but it will get there. But that's where you'll find me for the next few days. We're nearly at 400. We're 2 away from 400 now.
Well, if there's people there to get over there, the link is here in the channel, the chat, guys. Get over there and smash that subscribe button, everybody. Get them to 400. Let's go.
The goal is by the start of the World Cup, I want to be at 1,000. That's my goal. And that's what I tend to be. By the start of the World Cup in November, I want to be at 1,000. So that's my goal.
Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. Well, there you are, guys. Everybody get over there. Help the boy. Help the man, make his dream work. Get over there. Smash that subscribe button. Dermot, it's been a pleasure as always. Big yourself up, my man.
Good to catch you, brother.
This is an honor coming on here, and thank you too as well for your time. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much indeed.
No, I appreciate you, Dermot, and we'll see you soon, brother. See you soon.
See you soon, brother. All right. Peace and love to everyone in the chat.
Everybody in the comments, give Dermot a bit of love. A lot of people in here giving you a bit of love, Dermot.
2 away from the big 400, everybody. Get him over it. Get him over it.
Get it done. We can get it done. But big up, Dermot, my man. Like I said, I really do appreciate your time, and we'll see you again soon, lad.
See you. I guess we'll see someone else,
I just introduced you to my friend, Fred. There's Fred the Leprechaun there. Don't mess with him.
I love it. He'll cane you with the shillelagh, lad. Absolutely
love it. That's it.
Well, look, we'll see you soon, Dermot.
See you later now. Bye-bye.
Bye. There you Oh, I took Jack out by mistake. My bad. Stefan Blois says, so sad. Just quickly, guys, just actually quickly to let everybody know who's coming up. We have Brad. Then we have 2 new callers. We have Ian Ferguson, Anthony Ferrin, who I really can't wait to speak to on top of Brad. And then Isan and then Ellie. So a lot to get through. We have Stefan Blois says, so sad as a massive Foo Fighters fan recently. But talking about my other love in life, Spurs, is helping. So big up, guys. R.I.P. Taylor, and come on, you Spurs. Look, Stefan, sorry to hear that, my man. But look, Spurs will always get you through it, my man. We'll always get you through it. Stick with us, my man. We'll try and make you feel good as the days go by, and we'll definitely get you through it, brother. But Jack, anything you want to say to Stefan?
Stefan, definitely, I would say probably a big loss for people. I think Foo Fighters kind of connected to Nirvana somehow. I think Foo Fighters is from Seattle as well. I didn't really listen to them as much, but I could see how it definitely could affect you a lot, because I know a lot of people from Seattle definitely really like Foo Fighters. So I could imagine that probably meant a lot of people around the world really loved them, as well as I think, Dave, it wasn't the best sort of death, as well. So, definitely a real loss, and died way too early as well, died way too young. So, Stefan, whatever we can do to get you through it, maybe if that just means talking about Steven Bergwijn quotes for 3 hours, then, that's what gets you through it. Then we'll do whatever we can, my man. But Stefan, really good to have you in here as always, and hopefully you can keep through it, my man.
No, big up, Stefan. It's great to have you in, my man. And look, hopefully you feel a lot better, man. But big yourself up, Stefan. Everybody, make sure you keep smashing that like button. Keep smashing that subscribe button if you are new. and like Stefan, guys, like Kenneth, like the Bottom Duta, and so many others that help out, guys. Feel free to get your super chats in with any questions or anything for the panel. But look, let's keep this moving. Let's keep it rocking. And speaking of rocking, let's get on the rock star himself. It's the one and only, guys. It is Brad Matthews. Brad, how you keeping, my man?
How'd you do on the quiz?
Woeful. I wasn't last, but one above last.
I've been there before. Battling relegation. You're battling relegation. Bottom of the table.
Yeah. I have to say that Mr. Brian Daigle won it again. So
he saves his best for everybody else. We got a very tame version of Brian Daigle. We got very lucky.
He's the undisputed champion of that quiz. But no, it's good fun. It's always a good laugh. Always good fun to do.
No, he's not undisputed champion, Brad, because he lost to us, the Spurs related, so he can't be undisputed, lad.
Oh, did he really? Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
He's a champion, but he's not the champ, lad. We're the champs, me and Jacko. I love it. I love winding Daigle up about it as well, because we were going in expecting to be absolutely annihilated and embarrassed, to be honest with you. It was absolutely quality. But look, Brad, I mean, what's been on your mind? What do you want to talk about?
First of all, I think it's something to do with hay fever. I've come down with something, so my throat's a bit rough. So if I start coughing, that's probably why. I just want to say something about Twitter. As some of you may know, last night I was involved in a bit of a Twitter thing. I won't go into details, but basically I replied to someone who tweeted a personality from a GB News channel, and it wasn't anything rude. It was just some basically one line reply, and the amount of abuse I got from people. Now there were some people that wanted to argue with me, okay, on what I was saying in my comment, but some people they just look at your Twitter handle, and it's like, oh yeah, this guy's this and this guy's that, and it was just really, really, really ugly. And there are still people commenting on it today. Literally a few hours ago, still people were liking other people's replies and this sort of thing. But it just made me think, well, what's the point of getting involved in any of this stuff on Twitter? So it's just a warning to anyone out there. I mean, I can more or less take it. But anyone out there, yeah, you just don't get involved with these idiots that are on there, because, they just abuse you. And yeah, all right, I've been called names in the past, but it was just really, really, really sad that's how some people like to react. So
look, Brad, it's only a small minority that spoil it for everybody else, and it's always in the case of absolutely everything. I mean, look, I've connected with a lot of wonderful people through Twitter, through social media, and what I will say to you is just don't let the few bad spoil it for you.
Yeah.
Look, I get it. I mean, I've been there myself, where you're just being abused every day of the week, and look, it's hard to take and it gets you down.
Yeah.
Brad. What I can say is just don't let a select minority spoil it for you, at the end of the day. And look, I'm sorry for what you're going through, but look, me and all the Irish Hotspur Army, we're behind you the whole way, brother.
Yeah, and I actually probably saw on WhatsApp last night in the Irish Hotspur WhatsApp group, I got some really nice comments on there from people, including yourself, and it's like, well, yeah, great. And that actually made me feel a lot better about it. And in the end, I was just laughing at some of the comments I was getting.
Yeah, it makes you feel more justified. Yeah.
It's all you can do at the end of the day, Brad. They're the ones that are triggered. They're the ones that, you know what I mean, everything else. So just leave them. They're usually the ones that are unhappy and jealous of everybody else. Yeah. And,
I think the thing that you have to watch out for, and I don't normally reply to people that are well known in the media or well known in that sort of thing, because the support that they have. And that if you put anything against that sort of support, then they're going to have a go at you. So that's why very, very, if at all. And I just made a mistake last night, and it was a person who obviously has a lot of people following him that agree with things that I don't necessarily agree with. And whereas some fair enough wanted to make an argument about it, and I responded to them a bit, but some just wanted to be plain abusive. So I think it's just. Yeah,
they're the ones you just ignore, Brad. The ones that anyone without any sort of debate or anything like that, you just ignore, my man.
Yeah, exactly.
But look, Brad, we know you're a good guy, lad. We know you're a happy-go-lucky guy, so just do not mind them. Don't let them affect you. Don't let them affect your confidence or what you're doing. And don't even let them make you come off the platform, because by you coming off it, you're giving them exactly what they want. So don't do it. Do not do it, you know. So, look, don't worry about them, Brad. Put me in the comments, lad. I'll sort them all out for you, my man. I'll sort them all out, so I will. I'm well used to being abused online by now. So just send me in there, lad. I have no problem. But look, Brad, what do you want to talk about? Look, let's take your mind off it. Let's talk about our great club, Tottenham Hotspur. What do you want to talk about, Brad?
Well, it's all top four talk now, isn't it? It's all...
it's dominating the Spurs channels lately, isn't it? It's great.
Yeah, and I still have my doubts that we can make top four, because I think we've got to play really, really well and keep the same 11. Yeah, the same 11. But it's still on. It's still definitely on. And so it's we have to win. I think we have to beat Arsenal. That's one of the games, and we have to hope that we keep more or less the same first 11, and no one gets injured. So far, so good on the international break. I heard today that Romero's coming home now. That was a wasted trip, but he might have got to see his mum, so that was, something anyway. So he's coming back, so that's good. And I don't think anyone's got any injuries that I'm aware of. I think Ben Davis came back as a precaution, but no, I think we've so far so good.
I even think that Kulusevski, I feel like maybe even he hurt the ball more than the ball hurt him. He had a little bruise on his face as well that did swell up actually quite a lot. That he seems to be okay as well. I haven't heard any news about that.
No, I haven't either. I did see he had a bit of a shiner, but I think that's the sort of thing that unless there's other complications,
one of those you should have seen the other guy moments. By the way, with Kulusevski.
I think he'll get over that by the time that we play our next game. But so the other thing was, it was so great to see Bob Spur TV back on Saturday night, and an absolute pleasure and an honour to appear on it for a while, and it was great. It's a sad you couldn't be there, Dave, but I didn't actually realise where Ben was going.
Yeah, they were up
and then I saw some pictures in Twitter, and I thought, right, now it makes sense. So it looks like you had a great time, and I hope you did. So that looks like
by the time I got there, they were already up there for 2-3 days. I think they were already back, to be honest with you. But they powered through for another night anyway. And it was good to see the boys up there. I know Adam William Kane met up with them as well. He met up with them later in the night. But they had a good time apparently. So and congratulations to Ben. Hopefully,
exactly.
Best of luck for the wedding and stuff. But so look, that's unfortunately, because I wanted to actually get on. I wanted to. Bob had asked me maybe if I could pop on and that, but unfortunately, the way I told Sim I'd get up there for Benji. So but I will be on the next one. But it is great to have Bob back.
But I think because the StreamYard only has a maximum of 10 people on at one time, so there was actually like a queue, and I think there would have been about 15, 16 people on in total over the whole, and it went on for like 4 hours. Wow. Just short of 4 hours. So it was really good. It was funny, and Bob was on top form, and he obviously his opening comments was about his situation. That's all sort of pre-recorded, and he finished off and said, "Oh, okay, enough of this sentimental bollocks. Now on with the show," sort of thing, and it's just really, really good to see. It's just really, really good to see. So that was, and it made my Saturday night, because I was really, really tired on Saturday, and I sort of suddenly found a new burst of energy when the show sort of started. So so it was really, really good. But So big up to Bob, big up to Ben as well. As I say, all goes well and that. So they were back doing the show this morning, weren't they? I think they did
troopers. Absolutely.
Troopers. I don't know how they got through it, to be honest. I don't know how they got through it. I really don't. Yeah, but fair play to them. Fair. They have more more commitment than I do, for sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, what do you make? You were talking about Romero's trip to Argentina. I mean, what do you make of it? Should he have went? Should he have stayed back and train with the guys at Hotspur away? What do you think, Brad?
Well, I think he obviously likes playing for his country. It's like Harry Kane. Could you imagine if Harry Kane would go, if he had to go to if England had to go to South America to play, Harry Kane would want to go. Yeah, Harry Kane wants to play in every game for England. So you can't really sort of not expected to sort of say, "Oh no, I want to stay here and train," train with my teammates, sort of thing. So I've got no problem with him going. The only issue I do have is the fact that the Argentinian FA decided, well, let's try and appeal, and literally took him over there when they haven't even had the appeal. And in the end, it turns out their appeal was turned down, and he had to come back. So it was. That's why I have an issue with is the Argentinian FA for doing that. But hey, let's face it, if Christian Romero's family is in South America and you got to see him, well, then that's a plus anyway. So it's a plus for his mental state.
Yeah.
So it's I've got no problem with him going over and wanting to play for his country. But and what's the other thing? I was interested in the talk on Stephen Bergwijn. That's what's
your thoughts? I
don't know.
Where do you sit?
Is it maybe break it down first? Is it obviously directed at Spurs? Do you feel like?
I can't remember I only just quickly watched.
I'll read out the quotes to you.
Yeah, we have the quotes right here.
Go on,
It says, no matter how precious you are, if you are not in a place that values you, you are nothing.
Yes, I did read it. Yes. Yeah, I must have been really, really tired this morning and probably hungover or something because I did read it, but sort of whatever, went on to the next week. So, but now you've read it out and I'm a bit more with it. Yeah, that's definitely a dig. Definitely a dig.
What do you make it? Where do you sit? Do you think that? Look, nowadays footballers have changed. They want the adulation. They want to be adored before they perform. Or do you think it's wrong that it should be the way it was, the way it's ever been? That you earn the adulation of the fans. You earn being adored.
Is Bergwijn precious?
Do you think it was about being adored by the fans or not being played by Tottenham?
I think it's probably. I think the fans have probably shown him actually enough support. There are a lot of people that really like Bergwijn.
But the same goes to the club.
Probably the managers. It's been the managers.
Yeah, I personally read that as being having a go at the club rather than the fans. But I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know. But and if that is the case, well then he's a human being, and he obviously wants to play football. And whether he should be playing football or not for Tottenham, he's obviously feels that he should. And he's sort of just made that comment that it's nice to be at my club, my country who appreciates me. I don't know. It's.
But Brad, why make a comment like that when he hasn't? Like, if he'd done everything in his power to be in that starting lineup and took his chances, and he was genuinely being hard done by, or injury stopped him, or whatever else, I'd say okay, fair enough. Yeah. But should he be using social media when he hasn't done everything he can to be?
I don't think. I mean, what I've just said on social media on Twitter, I don't think he should be using social media on that very basis because he knows it's going to attract. It's going to attract a lot of abuse. It's going to attract a lot of looking at making Tottenham look bad. So he shouldn't say it for that reason, if anything. But I think that I think he could have got a bit more game time for Tottenham. But as far as selling him, I mean, if we can get decent replacements for him, well, then I think we should. I'm quite surprised that he did start out as on the right hand side under Nuno, didn't he?
Under Jose, he played on the right hand.
Under Jose, and everyone was saying how he was very good at supporting the right back. So and getting back.
You play a right winger for though.
Yeah, so you sort of think of him being as maybe a right wing back, but I don't know. If we can get other replacements for him, then I'm quite happy to see him go. And again, you don't want unhappy players, and if he's unhappy, then sell him. So I haven't got no problem with that. I mean, you don't hear Lucas Moura saying that, do you? Lucas Moura sort of seems happy enough. So
I feel like the narrative is, Brad, is that I feel like this season you could make a case that he probably hasn't been given maybe enough of a chance. But last season, I think he was given enough of a chance.
Yeah, he played a lot.
Because of the minutes, and this was just the Premier League alone as well.
Yeah.
Premier League, in fact, he played 1,200 minutes on top of what I do remember was quite a long injury at one case as well.
Yeah.
I think that's plenty of opportunities, to be fair. And you look at it this time around, he's almost going to play as many games in terms of featuring. He's going to feature as many times, but it's like a third or a quarter of the minutes, that he played. So it really just shows that this season it's been 20-minute, 15-minute spells that he's had to prove something, and he's actually kind of done it. this season. And so maybe that's where I have sympathy for him. But when I look at last season, I don't really have as much sympathy for him because I actually thought he was given, enough opportunities to prove his way. And there was a reason why Gareth Bale came in all of a sudden and started tearing it up in the difference. But
and Kulusevski in contest team.
Kulusevski is maybe he's now that's what it is. Maybe he saw Gareth Bale do it to him last season. And now he's seeing Kulusevski do it to him this season.
I mean, one of the comments earlier was saying that he wouldn't get in a lot of the first teams around Europe, and I agree with that. And and at the moment, he's not in my first 11 at Tottenham. I still think he's a useful player to bring on when you want to maybe just have something different. But then again, so is Lucas Moura. So it's if he's, as I said, if he's not happy, then ship him out. We can get some money for him. As I say, he's probably going to go to a lower club where he'll get more game time, and maybe that might suit him, But I think we've got other priorities at Tottenham. So if he wants to go, I think bye-bye sort of thing. And I wish he would wear decent socks as well. That's that shin pad look. I don't like that look. I know it's very minor, but
Mr. Aziz. The reason why I'm counting it is because 15 games at a Premier League club or running 15 games is more than enough chance. Some people, youngsters, only get 1 or 2 opportunities. 15 is more than enough for this guy to classify it as a chance. Just because you didn't like the manager or the way he played or whatever else it may be, it doesn't mean he wasn't given a chance. He was given a chance.
Look at Højbjerg. Look at Reguilón. Look at Gareth Bale even. There are players that took their chances against Jose. Yeah. Like there were a lot of players. It's not like everybody failed under Jose. There were a lot of players that were in fact having the best seasons of their lives under Jose. So maybe some players don't work out with Jose, but like David said, 15 games is enough. 15
and you can only play so long where there's a talent there. There's definitely a talent there. You can only be at a club so long.
I think that's why we put him and didn't work out. Sort of. It didn't work out. I don't think he's.
I mean, again, it's up to Conte what Conte wants to do. Conte might have this master plan of making him a right wing back. Who knows? So, if Conte wants him out, then I'd go with that. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So
no, for sure. Jack, anything you want to ask Brad?
Brad, I mean, there's kind of actually a few other things, kind of in it where even this whole idea that Skip is still injured. What have you made of that? Also, Conte has made shots, kind of at the medical department, before. I don't know. Do you want to put on your tinfoil cap here? Are you starting to maybe question the medical?
You know me, Jack.
Do it in the past. I actually find it to be very entertaining and hilarious whenever they do that because it does make you wonder, are they just rubbing Dele Alli's calf all day, talking about toothpaste and things like that instead of, getting.
Or what's your favorite chocolate?
Yeah, what's your favorite? Is that really actually what they're doing, or is it maybe being a bit harsh, and being a bit, mean?
As far as a groin injury is concerned, and I was never any great footballer, but I did have a groin injury, and it took me a heck of a long time to get over it. Now with him, he's apparently caught an infection as well. Yeah, I mean, we do have this problem at Tottenham, don't we? We do seem to have long injuries. When players get injured, they seem to be out for a long, long time, and they get reoccurring injuries. And I don't know. It's been a thing.
Guardiola accused Bayern's, I think, medical staff at one point. That was a big deal. We've seen other managers do it before, so it's not uncommon that managers have kind of called out the medical staff.
Well, I think Conte's got a great way. If he sees a problem, he's got a great way of saying that there's a problem without actually saying it. If you see what I mean. So maybe if he's actually sort of has said something about the medical team, maybe there is a problem there. But I in a way I think it's when Skip gets back, we really need Skip in our team. But I think it'd be good that with Bergwijn and Bentancur playing well, that we can just ease them in gradually, because as I said, a groin injury is really, really difficult to get over. It's just one of those things. I think we're supposed to be lucky that that's probably the only major injury we've got at the moment.
I agree, Brad. Maybe another one just quickly, the fact that Dele Alli is supposedly trying to be sold off by Everton. I mean, what does this all look like now? Like The fact that
Oh,
Paratici
my
even
word.
has put them in this circumstance to begin with, I think is hilarious. You know,
Yeah.
we might end up getting money for Dele Alli, or we might put Everton in this situation where they are desperate to get rid of him. I mean, honestly, it's maybe a bit comical to an extent.
Well, you can look at it two ways. You can say, well, if they sell him, we get nothing, and we've missed out on 20, 30 million pound or whatever you think he might be worth. Although you could look at the other way and say, well, we only bought him for 5 million, so we're only losing 5 million. So I don't know. It's sad. It's really. I mean, I don't like seeing players' careers just sort of suddenly disappear, but it's really, really sad. I think you were saying earlier that he's played in all these tournaments. You know, I mean, he was scoring. You know, let's face it, in 2018, he's scoring a goal in a World Cup quarter final. You know, not many people can say they've done that. You know, so yeah, he's played in a lot of stuff on that, and it's just so sad to see what's happened there. Whether the social media stuff has sort of distracted him, I don't know. He's only a young lad. Well, he's probably not as young as he used to be, obviously, but he's a young lad at heart, and maybe that's distracted him. Yeah, it's weird because he seemed so full of hope, didn't he, when he went to Everton? You know, and I really want to play under Frank Lampard, and Frank Lampard's gone, nah, sorry, mate. You know, so be interested, and he might want to move himself if Everton get relegated. So you know, but it's to be fair, it's not our problem anymore. Apart from the money that we might lose off him, and if we do lose money on him, then I think there's been a huge error in that deal.
To be honest with you, I don't even care if we lose money because, I mean, to be honest with you, the fact that Everton took him on the deal they did, it just goes to show no other club wants to touch him with a barge pole. The only reason why Everton done it is because they're in a relegation scrap and hopefully hoped he could provide a bit of spark to their attack.
Well, maybe you can team up with Christian Eriksen at Brentford.
Couldn't even start against us, you know, like it seems like they're not even rating them. And then another quick fire question, Brad. Barcelona supposedly can't afford to, you know, keep Traore. Would you take him back? We're not taking him back. Would you go after him again? Would you go after him again? It felt like we had him. It's like Tomiyasu. It felt like
I know.
Would you take him?
I think the two positions we do need strengthening or upgrading is the wing backs. As I think I said last week, if you imagine this current team with Walker and Rose as your wing backs, then that's a pretty formidable first 11. And then again, if we get two decent wing backs and you still have Doherty and Reguilon, then you've got a bit of cover there. So yeah, I think we need to really, really. I'm not sure that. I know Conte's converted players in the past, but I'm not sure that converting Traore into a right wing back is the right way to go. But hey, look, it's up to Conte if he wants to do that and he's got the ability to do that. Well, then fine, I'm happy with that. You know, but no, it's funny how he goes to Barcelona and they suddenly say, oh, we don't want to pay 30 million. Well, hang on a minute, we were in for him for like 20 million, weren't we? Sort of thing, you know. So it's.
I think he wanted to go to Barcelona because that's right, his boyhood club. Believe it or not, he's actually a Barcelona Academy graduate. So, you know, regardless of maybe how ironic that may be, he, you know, I think he wanted to take the opportunity to play for them. They obviously can't really afford. I think that's like their spending like cap this summer is basically like 60, 70 million or something been around that fee. So. You know, I guess they didn't want to waste all 30 million of it on Traore.
They could spend the money we gave them for Emerson, couldn't they?
Absolutely.
I have to say something about Emerson. I know he's not been playing well. I don't like the hatred that he seems to attract. I really don't. I think he does try. I think he's actually not a bad defender. I think he's got a fairly good record of tackling, that sort of thing. He's not really a winger. He wasn't bought as a wing back, so that's part of the game he was going to have to learn. But I mean, he does attract a lot of abuse, which I don't like. It's either he's crap, you know, and it's like, well, he's not brilliant. Yeah, of course he's not brilliant, but I don't think you can say he's absolutely crap and the worst player we've ever had. Blah blah blah. You know, I think that's a bit harsh. But if it came down to him or Doherty. I don't know. I was about to say Doherty because he's a better right wing back, but then Doherty's approaching 30 years old, isn't he? So, you know, do you
know where I'm at with Doherty, Brad? Is like when it comes to Doherty, right? He's decent going forward, but defensively he's muck. Although we were saying he's had a good period, right? lately since the Leicester game. First of all, the Leicester game suited him because we were on the attack. But when he's been asked questions of defensively, he couldn't deal with the corner against Man United, ended up costing us the winner.
Yeah.
He gave away the corner against West Ham and again couldn't deal with the cross, got bet in the air. Against Middlesbrough, they could have had 2 goals from corner kicks before they even scored that he gave away and didn't track his man. And the first thing United done was put the ball over his head and nearly got a chance off it straight away from their first attack. So teams know that this guy defensively, he's not good. He's not good. Whereas Emerson, I think, is good defensively, but crap going forward. But you can buy someone else that's better going forward than Matt Doherty, and that's why I change him. He's 30. I tend to agree with you there. And as I say, I think Emerson had a good game against Man City where he did have to defend. It's I mean, I don't know who's out there I don't, Jack and David, you'd know more, but I don't know who's out there as a right wing back that we could actually get. But I think that's an area that we do need to strengthen. Obviously, we need to get the back. Well, we can't call it a backup striker, can we? We need another striker. I think we can get by with I think a decent centre half and a decent left-sided centre back, and then you can have your Davis and your Daras in the background. You've got them as backup, so you're beginning to develop that squad. So that's 4 players, isn't it? If we get 4 in. But I think Reguilón with a bit of he just needs a bit of confidence. I think with some of his crossing and his shots at goal. But Hi Ben. No, I think so too, Brad. I think, look, with Reguilón, I've said this time and time again, you can't coach the work ethic, the desire and the hunger he has to keep getting in the positions going forward. But what you can coach is composure on how to strike a football.
Exactly.
So you can definitely work with that guy. But look, Brad, we've got a whole load more guests through.
Can I just say that?
Brilliant speaking to you.
Can I just say that apart from click like and subscribe to this brilliant channel and Jack's Euro Talk channel and anyone else that's on here after me or before me, click on all their channels. I'd just like to say thanks to. I saw some of the comments coming up underneath me about the Twitter trolls and that. Thanks so much for that. It really means a lot to me. And thanks to all the Irish Hotspur Army for all your kind comments and words. It really means the world to me, especially on a day like today where I haven't been on the top of my game, both physically and mentally. But I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow, baby, back and rocking on. So
that's what I love, Brad. Look, what I want to say to you before you go is honestly, fuck the Twitter trolls. Screw them. If they've nothing nice to say, then they're not the people you should be paying attention to their words anyway.
Exactly.
People that even if they don't agree with you, and they could debate with you, nicely. Have a discussion with them. That's what the world is about. But people that come in and call you every name under the sun, absolutely fuck them. They're not worth your time. They're not even worth listening to.
Well said, Dave.
Yeah, well said, David. Definitely.
So, look, Brad, I will ring you tomorrow. I'm going to check in on you and make sure you're doing well, all right? And I'll see you tomorrow.
Cheers, mate. All right.
Big up, Brad.
Good night, everyone.
Catch you soon.
Enjoy your craft beer. Go and have a craft beer.
I've got one can left. But it's a can of Carlsberg, and I don't normally drink during the week, but I've already organised to go to the pub tomorrow to watch the England game, so won't hope I have one tonight. So
Brad, you're semi-retired, man. You may as well crack one open.
Enjoy every sip.
Get that guitar out and play an out song.
Too true. I'm going to have that beer now.
Two.
Love
Big up, Brad. I'll see you tomorrow, all right?
Thank you, guys. See you later.
See you, Brad. Bye. Everybody, give Brad a lot of love in the comments. Look, I know how abuse can make you feel. I mean, look, I've been on the receiving end of a lot myself. Jack as well, all the YouTubers, all the streamers, they all get it every single day. I mean, it's not nice. But what I'd say to everybody out there is if no one has nothing nice to say to you, ignore it. It's okay. People can disagree with you if they do it in the right way. By all means, they're the people you want to engage with, have discussions with. People that come in and attack you personally, just tell them to jog on is what I say, to be honest with you. But look, guys, let's keep cracking on. Let's get on the next guest. We have 2 new guests coming up. We have Ian Ferguson, then we have Anthony. Really excited to speak to both. Let's get Ian on and let's see how he's doing. Ian, it's great to put a face to the name. How are you doing, my man?
What is up, guys? How are y'all?
Absolutely buzzing to see. We love new people coming on, and it's great to have you on.
Breath of fresh air.
It's great to have you on. How are you keeping? How was work today?
Work was work, so uneventful, so therefore good. So yeah, it's one of those jobs. If something exciting happens, something went wrong. So thankfully, just a nice 8-hour shift in there. So just very glad to be home and just talking Spurs.
No, I love it. I love it.
Well,
But
there's
look,
actually a bit of news then, regarding Spurs, that probably could have distracted you probably from the work today. We've talked about the Stevie B thing at length. Would you rather avoid that? Would you want to start there? There's plenty to talk about.
just before you answer, Ian, maybe you can help us, because the bottom super chat is kind of leading into this. He says, and it's a perfect example. He says a player like Eriksen didn't get the game time at Inter. He didn't post anything. He kept working hard, changed his style, also changed his position, and he won the Scudetto. But yet you see Stevie B putting on Snapchat and crying. You know what I mean? What do you think about it, Ian?
I would say, like, I've probably been like one of his like biggest fans, like just because like it's like we all saw it, like just his first game against City, I mean, was just absolute fire. I mean, the guy is just lightning quick, and actually when he scored those two against Leicester, I was actually driving on my way home, and as soon as I like got home, the Cincinnati Spurs chat I'm in was like, "What did we just see?" And I was like, "You have got to be kidding me!" Because last time I saw it, we were down like 2-1, I think. And he just comes, and that was what, like 92nd, 93rd. I was like, well, here we go again, right? But I just saw that, and I just had the biggest just shit-eating grin on my face for the rest of that night. I was just like, why can't he just do this? Why?
Yeah.
Why is this so hard, right?
It is, I feel like with Stevie B, do you feel like he's just not doing what, I guess they're saying about what Eriksen did? He kind of just didn't adapt himself. He didn't want to change himself. Maybe didn't want to work hard enough in order to get, the likings of Conte. Or do you think, what are your thoughts about it?
I mean,
he's on the way out.
I mean, unfortunately, I think he's on the way out. Like, personally, I think we should have just like loaned him out, even if it's like somewhere else in like England, Wales, I mean, Scotland, who knows? Like, he just needs time in the system by and large, just around players who have done that, or at least be coached by folks who have been there. Like, it's like, it's like, and like, I just think like, just from a speed perspective, I mean, he's just too valuable to just throw out. But that being said, though, at what point do you say, though, that's it, you've had your shot, hope for the best, and please don't play, and please don't play in England, because I can just feel it now. First time he plays against us, it will hurt a lot.
Come back with a vengeance. Yeah.
Right. It's like, and also to be fair too, like, he is never going to replace Son ever. Okay. Lucas, there's some time there, sure, but with a Ulu in now, I mean, I don't see him getting in anytime soon. So I think now, I would say now, if we are going to sell, now would be the time to sell. Right. As far as Eriksen goes, well, like, man, shit. I'm just hoping. Yeah. Well, if for nothing else, folks know exactly what to expect with him, and of course this whole thing, like with his heart last year, who knows? But, and that being said, though, like he wasn't exactly the greatest when we sold him on last time. But as much as I love Skip, Højbjerg, and all of them, those guys just can give us nothing when you compare them to him. And I love Højbjerg. Skip is just going to be a monster. We just need to it's like he's hurt. Right. Yeah. It's like, and I think in our midfield, I mean, we really don't have anything for the most part right now, or if we do, they're all just really, really young. But yeah, I would say as far as priorities go going forward, definitely bring in another seed. Definitely bring in another seed. B, can never have too many folks there, and just get Sanchez out as soon as we're able to, and then probably get in someone in the midfield, but at this point things seem to be relatively okay, I guess. But it's just one of those things like I am a like born and bred, lifelong suffering Cincinnati sports fan. All right. So all I know is pain and suffering for my entire life. So it would be nice if something happened, but I'm not exactly holding out a lot of hope right now.
Yeah.
I like that. I do like that. What do you kind of make earlier? Maybe, you know, that kind of, speaking of Skip, who you seem to really highly rate, what do you make of the fact that it's taking him so long to come back from this groin injury? And do you want to hop on, you know, the conspiracy theory boat with some of us and maybe think that maybe this medical team, you know, is maybe not, you know, doing their job maybe adequately enough?
Sure. As far as as far as the groin injury is concerned, I had one of those playing U.S. football in high school. Those things are nasty, man.
So
like
you believe that it's going to take him a lot longer than what they're expecting. Yeah,
I think it's that, and it's probably something else too. Now, just speaking for like me, I was probably over it. It's now, like it wasn't now. When the incident happened with me, like it wasn't as bad as it could have been, but like it still took me 3-4 weeks easily. But with him, I mean, who else knows like what's happening there? But also, like I'm kind of subscribing to the conspiracy theory too, that we're trying to like hold him out for as long as we possibly can, just because we just can't take any risks at this point. And with and I would say with Rodrigo Bentoncourt, that gives us a little bit of time, but honestly, at the end of the day, who the hell knows? I just hope he's able to actually come back here probably before the end of the year. But
yeah,
you could be right. Actually, I think where you're right about that is the fact that Conte has criticized this medical team before, and when you think about it that way, also, Dave. You know, maybe the medical team is kind of like, okay, we have to get this right. Like when he's back for good. You know, there are no risks whatsoever because we don't want Conte criticizing us again. So maybe Ian actually has a point there where they just want to be 100% sure instead of maybe 95 or whatever. And then all of a sudden assessing on the situation.
Well, I mean, it should be the case anyway. They have a duty to care for the players. Look, most players would be jumping at the bit to get back early. But a good medical team turns around and says to them, look, I know you want to get back and you want to get into the team, but you're going to be out of the team longer than you are in the team because you're going to injure yourself. We're holding you back and we're telling the manager you're not ready. That's what a good medical department does. It makes sure that when players do come back from injury, that they're ready to go 100% fit and firing.
Sure. Right. And hopefully, I mean, just hopefully he's just getting all of the care he needs right now. And so it'd be nice if we have him back before the end of the year, but also at the end of the day, if he's not ready, he's not set. So, yeah,
no, absolutely spot on. And look, maybe to take this into a bit of a different direction then. I want to talk a bit about Sergio Reguilon. Look, me and Jack will be doing something during the week on the guy, but a lot of people reckon we kind of need to replace along the left wing back situation. Now, I'm gonna hold my judgment. I'm gonna say my piece when me and Jack put out the video. But what's your thoughts on it, Ian?
Well, I would say so here's the thing. I've only been so let's see here. I've only been following the club basically since going into the 2019 season here. Okay, but so that said, though, I'm very attached to like certain folks now.
Yeah, I feel that.
Sergio, I would say, I mean, with what he's young, he has the speed, and he was like, and he's gone through what, if you include Ryan Mason, he's gone through what, 4 head coaches in the entire time he's been here. So like, I'm not like making excuses for him, but like, there are times he has just gotten turned around. I mean, like there are times I'm just like, dude, like I haven't played football since I was 7. Okay, so I can't really talk, but like, what are you doing? It's like, but when he's on, he's on. It's like so.
He has some howlers, and then he'll have some godly performances as well.
Right,
so,
right.
Confusing.
I would say pretty much the only thing we really need from him is just some consistency. Now, whether that involves him just getting like shipped out on loan, who knows? But even if you ship him out on loan, though, you got to bring in someone else to replace him. So that's always been our issue. Our front 11, when they're on. But after that, it just seems like no one. So I would say Sergio, I would say hold on to him for now, but I'm not exactly so attached to him personally that I wouldn't sell him or get rid of him if the right circumstances showed up. But yeah,
professional answer. I would say very diplomatic answer as well. From, just because you were were kind of speaking about players that maybe kind of like me, I just get, a bit, like Dave with Harry Kane, me with Højbjerg, I kind of put on the blinders, I get a bit too attached. Who's your player that you would say, like, you sometimes just find yourself being a bit too attached to, you defend him to the hilt? Who would you defend to the hilt?
So I would say there are a few. I would say as for like someone who's like actually in the team right now, I mean, dude, Højbjerg is just a monster. I mean, like what? Like he played every minute of every second last year.
Every minute of every second. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like we just ran him into the ground last year, and you could tell by the end of last season. I mean, he was exhausted.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, and yeah, like you bring in a new head coach, he wants to do something else. I totally get that, but like, it's like, yeah, it's like that. There are times where I'm just like, what are we doing here? Right. It's like, but also at the end of the day, though, man, he will just mess you up. It's like, I can remember, I forget who we were playing last year. Like he just completely just wrecked his head and just had to get that like bandage on. I was like, this is what we need.
Yeah.
This is exactly it. But yeah, it's like, I would say him like right now, like this next one, it's just for as long as he's been at the club. This may seem irrational as hell, but dude, Brian Hill, I mean, just absolutely just love Hill.
Say it, Ian.
I just love Hill, man. I just love Hill, and I will die on that one. Honestly, like it's like his speed. The fact that he looks like the fifth member of the Beatles helps out too. But it's like, and I think with him though, there's going to be some growing pains for sure, just because of his age. But like, and of course, it's like he started out like he just started out in Spain, and while he's there now. But like, I think it's going to be one of those things. Either you like loan him out to a top tier squad in the championship, or just like lower level Premier League, and you just have to play him. And there are going to be some parts of it that just are not going to be good. But man, like when he's on, and I think I'm hoping for next year, like we can give like Sonny some rest, because it's like just because as much as I love Son though, like the fact that he just doesn't get the amount of rest he needs is just going to come back and just kill us here. And it's like so I would say for me, Pierre and Hill.
I love it, because I feel like those are two different sort of players that you could defend to the hilt. Defend Hill because he's kind of like a project player for you. You want him to come good. It's like a flower that's going to grow into something beautiful. And then with Højbjerg, I can tell, he's maybe, I don't know, maybe he's a fan of the dark arts like us, Dave, Ian is.
Ian's a man after my own heart. Højbjerg and Gilnessi.
Yeah.
He's a man after my own heart.
Well, it's like just like one of the things, like, okay, it's like I'm just like overly romantic about just like bygone eras of like sports, right? Like which is probably which I would say is probably the very Irish side of like me, but just all those folks just lowering shoulders, just wrecking folks. I was like, well, I'd rather have that be them and not me. But it's like just leave it all out on the field. That's all I ask.
No, absolutely. And King Hobby's saying he's still a believer. Ian, It's been absolutely amazing having you on,
This was
my man.
great.
Anything
This
else
is
you'd
great.
like to talk about before we get on to the next guest?
I'd just like to say this. I was in Puerto Rico this time last week, and it is currently 40-some degrees in Cincinnati right now. So that's been a bit rough. But that being said, though, life's good. I think
you
complain.
even were watching Spurs from Puerto Rico at one stage,
right.
That's
And they pulled out the salt. So I was like, you know what, this isn't all bad. So, but
Life, I absolutely love that. What's Puerto Rico like, my man?
I would say the coldest it got was 78 degrees Fahrenheit, and
that's probably pretty roasting for Dave, though. Dave wouldn't like that.
Yeah.
Dave wouldn't like that,
dude,
like us, I bet you like that. Yeah.
It would. It wasn't bad. It's like, but as a lifelong redhead, though, like, dude, man, I do not tan. I just fry. So thankfully that wasn't as bad. Right. Yeah.
He was watching the West Ham game, I believe it was, right, in the Puerto Rican sun, which just sounds absolutely glorious.
Yeah,
and maybe mojitos. And
first place is watching games, you know.
It was awesome, man. It was awesome. It was great.
No, I love it.
Ian, it's been a pleasure, and honestly, we need to see you back for the next one as well if you're available. This has been a breath of fresh air. We love. I
will see what can happen. All right, guys.
All right, we'll catch you very soon, Ian. I'm promising that. We want to have you on
again soon. And a lot of people really liking what you had to say as well. Some good comments in there. Some good comments when you first came on. Ian, awesome. Thank you so much, my man. I really do appreciate your time. And look, we'll be in contact. Hopefully, we'll see you again soon, my man.
All right, guys. Sure. All righty, guys.
All right. Big up, Ian. Good to catch you,
I'll see you, my man. I'll see you.
Well done.
Oh, what an absolute legend. I love
Everybody's had a 5-star debut, Dave. Everybody's had a 5-star debut, I swear. I've yet to see a bad debut. And honestly, probably because they don't exist. Because to anybody out there, if you feel a bit nervous about it, maybe you feel like, you don't really know what to say. I feel like, you answer that first question. Once you answer that first question, the rest of the 10 minutes, 15 minutes, they just fly on by after. And I would say Ian absolutely smashed it and was a good example of that as well.
Look, when I first went on We Are Tottenham TV, it's how I ever first started getting into this. I mean, my asshole was twitching, Jack. I was so nervous, right? Really, really nervous. And I mean, the first couple of minutes was like stuttering. I still do it to this day. But, after you get your first points out and you've smashed it, it's just easy. But look, speaking of one new guy, Ian, big yourself up. Really appreciate you coming on. But let's go to another. Well, he's not new to me. I mean, I've seen him at a couple of games this year, but he's new to maybe everybody else out there. And he's a guy I do enjoy speaking to at the games and all. Let's get him on. And it is Anthony. Anthony, how are you keeping, my man?
Dave, thank you. That's quite an introduction. Thank you. Enjoy seeing yourself and Jack at the West Ham game too. So thanks for having me on.
L'Oreal was good.
It was, yeah, it really was. I really enjoyed it. I thought Tony Galvin and Paul Miller were very good. Very honest, very honest sort of characters. And then Glenn Hoddle as well was really good, really interesting. Talked about goals he scored in the 80s and stuff. So really enjoyable. I put the day in well for a good couple of hours, sort of listening to stories of old and then what they would do in terms of transfers and tactics and stuff. So it was good. It was brilliant.
Maxey was such a straight talker, Anthony. That guy just did not leave anything behind in any answer.
And his opinion on Nuno as well was a bit. Yeah. He was very straight. He wasn't pulling any punches there, and I have to say,
he wasn't.
He wasn't not at all. I couldn't believe what they were saying about Nuno not speaking to Harry Kane and ignoring Pat Jennings and all. I really couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was madness. It was madness, Anthony.
Yeah, Pat Jennings is he's a bit of a hero of mine. Like I live quite near Newry, so Pat Jennings is an idol to a lot of Spurs fans in the area, and he's probably one of the reasons why a lot of people in this area support Spurs as well. So
Yeah.
he's definitely not only a Northern Irish legend, but he's definitely an Irish legend, both for Spurs and Arsenal. So, they don't call him Gentleman Pat for nothing. So, for Nuno as a keeper, especially to ignore him, which is the impression I got of what he said, I thought that was interesting, to say the least, you know?
Yeah, no, it definitely was. It definitely was. And look, maybe you can help us answer Killian Super Chat here. I don't know whether you watch the Republic of Ireland or not, but he says, "Hi, David and Jack, ye are legends. Honestly, what did you make of Doherty against Belgium? And I just want to say, Benny is an Irish legend. We played well against Brighton. David, a pity about Kildare." Well, look, first of all, Killian, I mean, look, I'm no legend. I'm just an ordinary Spurs fan like everybody else who wants to speak to other Spurs fans and just bounce ideas and thoughts and all off each other. Doherty against Belgium, I mean, look, he played well. He played well, I have to say. I thought he had a decent game. Maybe could have been a bit better on the ball at times, but yeah, he had a decent game, my man. And Ogbene, I mean, to have the composure to do the overhead kick in the box when many would wait for it to come down and try and swivel and hit it on the volley. I mean, this guy's come in, he started to find a few goals for us. I think it's 3 or 4 now since he's come into the team. So he hasn't done too bad whatsoever.
He had a good game against Portugal as well. I remember he absolutely was, like bullying Jose Font, I believe, whoever it was. Really, he was kind of a bit of a grafter as well. Ogbene works really hard and isn't really a natural.
Do you know this guy was playing right wing back this season?
Yeah, I was going to say, not a natural striker as well. No. You practically play him up front. Like, even you kind of sort of play him as a winger / striker. Really like the looks of him. And I would say also Killian, I mean, Gavin Bazunu, I'm almost becoming his biggest fan. The guy is the Irish Neuer. I had never thought that Neuer would ever be reproduced, but somehow Ireland has reproduced Neuer. Yeah. And, he's coming back again. He's almost reincarnated, via Gavin Bazunu as well, my man.
He definitely has. And look, about Kildare, Killian, look, it is what it is. We went up to Mayo. We gave it a good go. Disappointed to get relegated to Division 2. We didn't deserve it after beating the Dubs. I thought we had a good campaign, but results just didn't go our way on it, to be honest with you, Killian. But look, Killian, we're going to get Anthony in on this. We're going to ask him about Matt Doherty, Emerson. I mean, who do you prefer and who do you want to keep around next season?
Killian, sorry, I didn't see the Irish game on Saturday evening, but good to hear the Doherty's played well. And Stephen Kenny, Dundalk, ex-Dundalk manager, quite close to me here as well. So it's good to see him going well, because I know he had a lot of detractors when he took the job, and then he got off to a horrible start. But he seems to be winning around the fans, and I've seen the fans chatting a song about him in the stand after the game. So fair play to Stephen Kenny. He seems to have them anytime I see them playing a really modern type of way, not a traditional Irish type of football.
No, at all.
But something that definitely I'd be a big Stephen Kenny fan. Matt Doherty, he is a bit of an enigma, isn't he? He really is. Matt, I really root for the guy, because we're coming over from Ireland, and he's our guy. Robbie Keane or Stephen Carr before that as well, But
Stephen Kelly, don't forget him.
Stephen Kelly, yes, and Troy Parrott as well. But Matt Doherty, to me, he makes some good runs, particularly in the final third. But they often don't play him in, and when he gets the ball in the box, he seems nervous, and he doesn't seem to have the best feet, and particularly in tight spaces, he just seems sometimes as if the ball is like a hot potato. But he's worked hard, and he's worked hard, so he has, and he's improved definitely. And he's probably a victim of Spurs recruitment policy, where he played for Wolves and didn't have much defensive responsibility. Really, really good offensively. And then Spurs bought him as a right back, which isn't his natural position. So I'm rooting for the guy. I think he's done well. I'm glad for him. His age profile doesn't really suit. He's approaching 30, and as Brad I think said, like, Emerson and Doherty are definitely the Spurs fan scapegoats at the minute. Definitely. Emerson, to me, defensively, he's quick, he's aggressive, he's physical, but I think defensively he's solid enough. But going forward, no. If we could have maybe a Doherty offensively and Emerson defensively, we probably have a half decent player there. But
that wouldn't be be a good backup actually.
I really hope. And Matt Doherty seems a good guy too. Like, so he seems a nice fella in the club interviews as well. So hopefully he gets another run of games. And I think probably I would disagree with what the other guys were saying there about the priority in Ben this year. I think Ben Davies has done okay, bar one or two mistakes. I think we really need to upgrade our left wing back and our right wing back. I think Reguilón started off very good last year, but he's tailed off a wee bit. And he, in the final third on the ball, seems nervy. And he did he dive against West Ham? He sort of dived, and it was very it wasn't a good move.
It was pathetic. It was absolutely pathetic, that dive.
Yeah, it was pathetic. And then we have Sessegnon, who I would love to see do well. Followed him at Fulham, done unbelievably well in the Championship. Premier League, didn't do so well. Spurs bought him, pulled his hamstring on England underage duty, and sort of took a while to get over that. And then went through different managers, Pochettino and Mourinho, and he was at Hoffenheim as well. I think there's a good player in there somewhere. That's just a pity he got injured there as well. So, but I definitely think if Conte is going to be the manager next year, wing backs. I think we can
be a whole nother team if we actually had quality.
We can make do with our defense. We can make do with our midfield, and obviously the ginger Swede himself, Kulusevski, is going well up top. But the wing backs definitely. When I'm over there, it stands out like a sore thumb. Just that the quality of the wing backs are.
Yeah. Do you feel like we would be scoring even more goals, or do you think we'd be even more dangerous, maybe going forward? Maybe we'd also be better at breaking down teams if we actually had quality.
Yeah. I definitely think we're missing an Eriksen type player, but I would take Paul Miller's word on it when he said that Eriksen wasn't coming back. So that probably threw that out the window for me. I think in a Conte type of system, I think, your left wing back and your right wing back should be scoring 10, 12 goals a year, and that would help a lot, because I think you've Kane and Son, and then the third next goal scorer is a 9. Is that Mr. Own Goal? Is that right?
Yeah, Mr. Owen right. Goals. Yeah,
Mr. Owen Goals. But yeah, so no, and Skip is an interesting one. I have a wee bit of an insight into that because I'm a physiotherapist myself. So, but when I heard Conte come out and sort of ridicule his medical staff, I just cringed a little. I don't think that would be a nice. Don't think that would be a nice working environment at the minute down at Hotspur away with Conte and groin injuries, as some of the guys said there. Like they can be very slow, and they can be dependent on the anatomy involved. I don't know, but it can be slow, and they need to be gradually reintegrated and gradually loaded up again. But Spurs can be quite cautious, and I think it's down to medical legal reasons. They can be quite cautious in what type of information they release to the media. I was reading today in the in the Athletic, which I love. I love the Athletic reading it. It's good toilet. It's good toilet reading sometimes. But the Leeds head of sports medicine came out and was talking quite in depth about we call it guy Patrick Bamford's injury. He's ruptured his plantar fascia, which is a major injury. You know, it's a significant one. It's a sore one, and he was talking in depth about, you know, his injury and that. This isn't a criticism. It's not a criticism, but I've never seen Spurs do that. So Leeds are quite open. I think their new manager Jesse Marsh is quite open regarding injuries as well. But I think in Spurs we're a wee bit more cautious about it. So it's just an interesting comparison and contrast. So
I know what you're saying,
not a
actually.
criticism at all, but I think the medical team at Spurs would be top notch. It's just sometimes circumstances can sort of go against teams and that, you know. So, but hopefully Skip's a top player and he'll get back. And the good thing is Conte rates him and hopefully bring him through, you know.
Is it more than just manager impatience that's then just coming through? You know, maybe they just get told one thing, you know, one week, and they probably just hold you to it, you know, like, and that's what ends up going wrong. Is they're like, you told me 2 weeks ago, you know, that's what was going to happen. And then when it doesn't happen, then, you know, they pretend like, you know, that's what was going to, you know what I'm trying to say. They tried to hold
regarding every injury, it is a fluid situation and it's dynamic, you know, so things can change, you know. So.
Yeah. Oh, I think it could be the bad Irish internet. We'll give him another second, see if he comes round.
But big up Killian Gibbons. Big up Killian. Yeah, absolute legend. Killian. Really do appreciate it. And like I said, my man, Gavin Bazunu Scout Report even coming maybe on the second channel. Maybe I'll find you over there, my man. Big up Killian.
Big up Killian. I really appreciate the support, my man. And then we have Donovan Oosterreicher. Absolutely loved it. Oosterreicher, I'm sure Riker, Jack will have a better pronunciation, but he is in the back end and we will be speaking to him very soon. So big up, Donovan.
Love it.
Big up, Donovan. Can't wait to have a chat, my man. Absolute legend.
Great last name as well. It actually means Austrian, you know, if you were to say that in German as well. Yeah, so who knows? But honestly, awesome surname. Really actually sad that we're missing Anthony there. Actually, was really
I was enjoying that conversation. I really was. Anthony, look, my man, we'll definitely speak again soon. I'll text you as well, my man, if you are listening. But Anthony, you absolutely smashed it out of the park, my man.
Yeah, I was really enjoying that.
Absolutely brilliant. Ian Ferguson and Anthony, loved speaking to them both. We have the bottom dude. It says if you have to get one player from Everton, Watford, Burnley, or Norwich City, who would he be? Just one player from any of these teams.
I would take Norman right away. Christian Norman, I think his name is.
Yeah, good shout. Yeah, the blondie guy.
The
silver hair guy.
Yeah, the Norwegian kid. I heard about him from Elias or Coy's Heart, as you might know him. The moment that he mentioned him, Elias, I was like, yeah, that's right. That guy's actually pretty good. And then I also looked into his stats, you know, as well. Like he's having a good season. And I feel like a player, Dave, that shines with a team like that is going to be a good player. It's kind of like how I feel like last year, like Mateus Pereira, that guy went to the Saudi league. I actually thought he was a really good player because that West Brom team were not a good team to watch. Yeah. And he still popped up with like 12 goals or whatever it was, which I thought was impressive. So I would say he's also kind of a box-to-box sort of midfielder, you know, but also has a bit of creative side. So I would say Christian Norman. Yeah, I really like that kid.
Do you know what? I really like the looks of Anthony Gordon from Everton. I think I really like the look, how that kid looks. I think he's going to be a very good player. Or maybe Weghorst from Burnley. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of Wirtz. I really am. The Holland sausage. Yeah. I really am. But they'd be the two I'd probably be looking at. But the bottom,
I don't think we could get Richarlison because Romero would eat him alive. I think that'd be the problem. Yeah. You know, it would be like Richarlison wouldn't be alive after preseason. You know, after it.
Richarlison would be unbelievable, Jack, if you could channel that aggression that he has. If you could channel that in the right way into wanting to kill teams through scoring goals and assisting goals rather than wanting to argue with people, he would be absolutely unbelievable. But
he is a beast.
Yeah, he is.
I remember watching even his debut at Watford, you know, his first ever game, and he was a beast back then as well. Oh, we've got him
yeah.
back. We've got him back.
Back.
Absolutely
He's
love it.
back. My man, I was just saying, it's the Irish internet. Don't worry, we understand. I understand what it's like, my man. I understand what it's like. But Anthony, anything else you wanted to talk about, my man, before we do let you go? It's been an absolute brilliant. I really enjoyed it.
I think I was talking that much. I think my internet burned out and put me out.
No, we were enjoying it. We were
Right
actually enjoying it, lad.
No, have I anything else to say? No, not really. No, just really over the last couple of weeks, I've got watching your stuff on YouTube and that, and I find it quite good. It's brilliant to sort of look at things and see how things is going, and hear other fans' point of view, and enjoy going over and watching the football, and hopefully like to have a season ticket. So hopefully that Spurs can pick up and win some silverware over the next couple of years.
Yeah, it's been a barren spell. It's been a barren spell, my man. We definitely do need to pick up a couple of trophies. I mean, Spurs fans are getting very, very impatient. But look, come here, the YouTube side of things, just for anybody out there who may be like you, kind of like, new to it or whatever else, would you encourage it to people? Like, I know some people can trigger you, especially when they talk about stuff that you have a complete different opinion on and whatever else. But how would you find that? And would you come on again, my man?
Yeah, I think the key thing about social media, be it YouTube or Twitter or that, especially Spurs Twitter, don't take it too seriously or don't take it too personally. I think we had a small chat about that in La Royale, David. I think football is not real life. Football is what we watch to enjoy or what we do to enjoy. Yeah, it's a hobby, and I think football, people can take it a wee bit too seriously and get carried away and maybe type things that they shouldn't type and maybe things like that as well, David. So I just enjoy it, and I think I would know when to pull back or that, and when not to cross the line, when banter becomes abuse. You know what I mean? So yeah, I enjoy it. I think Spurs Twitter, I do see things on it now and again that aren't great, but I try not to get involved, David, let's say, and just sort of respect each other's opinion. I think that's the main thing.
No, exactly. And look, you've been a breath of fresh air, Anthony, so we'll be in touch. Hopefully we see more of you around here, my man. Yes,
David, thanks for the invite on, and Jack, good speaking to you over in La Royale as well. I think you called me the Tottenham version of Liam Neeson, which
what I said to you is that the moment I heard you speak, I was like, wow, I have to admit, I kind of like this guy's accent, even a bit more these days.
Loving it.
And as well as I said, it was like, I love the Irish accent in certain parts so much that I wish they did if you did Audible, like the Amazon app, I wish you did my Audible books for me. You could be able to read me, my Harry Potter or something at night, which would be nice.
Yeah, no, well, lads,
if you're looking for, an extra buck, any place else, I'd be happy to pay you by the hour, pay you by the page. I'll pay you by the page.
Thanks for the invite. And one other thing, I was watching your show last week. It was, you were using the tactics pad.
Oh, yeah, down at the West Ham game.
That was first class. I thought that was brilliant. I've seen a lot of sort of coaching points and and sort of GA analysis over the last couple of years, and you guys could get a job doing stats in the GA or something. But no, I thought it was brilliant. Fair play to you. And I think it was brilliant to look at, but I was looking at it thinking, wow, this is actually a lot of hard work has been put into this too. Fair play to you.
Really?
Yeah, no, look, do you know what? A lot of people don't see the work that we put in off the camera. Like, look, we put in hours every day to be able to put stuff together, research stuff, and and stuff like that. And people don't really see the hours that get put in behind, and it is a lot. But you know what? I'm glad that you really enjoyed that sort of show. And we're going to be doing something like that after every game from now on. And so, look, I really appreciate the kind words, my man. It actually means a lot.
Really very nice, Anthony.
No problem, David. No problem, Jack. Well, listen, hopefully I plan on going, hopefully get to the Arsenal match whenever that is. That's one other thing that I'd probably like to say. Like, when are the Premier League going to come out and actually say, come on, when the next game is? Because for the likes of myself, flying over from Dublin, like, probably the closer I book it to the date is, that's the more expensive it is. So hopefully get over to the Arsenal match and maybe one other game before the end of the season, you know.
No, 100%. Look, you get to more games than any other Irishman I know, and yeah, Anthony, so you do.
Don't tell my wife that. Don't tell my wife that.
Do you know what? I want to know how you get away with it. I want the secrets, my man. I want all the secrets. I want to know how you get away with it, lad.
I'll tell you the secrets the next time I come on, David. Is that an agreement?
Yeah, 100%. I need to know. I need to say it to my missus so I can get across more, lad.
Especially Dave's making a second channel of, the second channel is going to be about balancing Spurs and, and the missus.
Anthony's relationship advice, how to get away with it.
Anthony could be the host. Anthony could be the host.
I love it. But Anthony, thank you very much for your time this evening, my man. And we'll speak to you again very, very shortly.
Well
thanks for the invite, folks. Thanks for the invite. Thank you.
No, thanks for coming on.
Man.
I really enjoyed the conversation. Really enjoyed listening to what you had to say. And thank you so much, my man.
Thank you.
Legend. Absolute legend.
Another smashing debut.
That's Anthony. Absolute legend. Another great debut. This guy is a really good guy.
Really nice.
Good guy. And honestly, and I'm not even exaggerating when I says this man gets across the more Tottenham games than any other Irishman I know. I mean, I'm not exaggerating. It's like the guy is there at least twice a month. It's incredible. It's incredible. And trust me, he's a true Spurs fan.
Yeah.
But big up Anthony. What an absolute legend. And just as he is on camera, he's exactly off camera. Yeah. I've had the privilege of spending a couple of hours with him before both games, the Wolves game and this game. And he is an absolute gentleman. Absolute gentleman. So he is, guys. He's absolutely brilliant. But look, Jack, we've got to keep cracking on because we just got more and more people coming in. It's getting insane. But the next guy we'll get on, he's in work. But look, we'll get him on anyway.
I think, do you know if Izhan is coming on next? Do we have Izhan coming on next? Or
Izhan, are you there?
I think we might have. Yeah, Izhan is here. I think Izhan was in the order. I think we even might, could have been on after Anthony, I believe. So then I think the running order should be Izhan, I think then William Kelly, then Donovan, I believe, then Kyle Patrick Vineyard, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah, and then I think Ellie wants to come on last.
Okay.
So, but look, let's get on the next guest. Izhan, if you're there, get your camera on. We'll get you on. I'm just running to the Jacks. I've been drinking this lovely watermelon water. It's unbelievable.
So
I need to go and let it out the other end, so I'll be back in 1 minute.
My camera is weirdly oriented. Can I just leave and just join again?
You're welcome to even go off camera if you like, if you don't really, want to do the camera. But yeah, you can also leave and come back on.
Well, look, before I head off, we'll get William Kelly on my Izhan sorting out the camera.
Okay, then. We'll get William Kelly on then. That sounds good. That sounds grand. William. How we doing?
Jack.
Good to see you back here. Good to see you back here. I feel like we missed you last time.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. It definitely has. I mean, where are we starting, William? Because we could talk all night about Steven Bergwijn. We could talk about plenty of other things. I'd rather, you tell me where to start.
Oh, good old Forrest Gump.
I figured you would have an opinion. I mean, what do you make of the fact that, it feels like I was warming up to Stevie B again. I feel like, William, I kind of feel like we've gone full circle with him, where we doubted him. Maybe we shouldn't have doubted him. And now it feels like, yeah, we were right to doubt him, all of a sudden.
There's no doubt he has talent, Jack, but I think it's more the attitude than the talent, to be quite honest with you. I remember I pointed out to you guys, he scored. Remember, he set up a goal and he scored a goal against West Ham in the cup. But I remember that ball that went down the line and we lost the ball, and he just stood still while Son shot down the line to track back, and he was coming from a further distance than what Bergwijn was, and that to me just shows a lack of wanting to make the effort. And once I see that in a player, that's a no-no. That's a big no-no.
Yeah.
why I just I can't take to him, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah.
I think he loses the ball way too many times. You get, like, if you look at his best moments against Leicester and the goal against Manchester City, like what has there been in between? Not much. You know what I mean? And when you look at someone like Lucas Moura as well, it's the same sort of thing. Whereas the likes of Kulusevski and Bentancur coming into the team, what they've done is they've shown these guys up for what they really are.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They've hit the ground.
Lucas never came out, though, William. Like, Lucas, even
No,
when he doesn't play for 10 games in a row, he'll be like, coys.
No, I get that. And he's obviously a bit more mature than what Bergwijn is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Maybe
Lucas is a bit more level-headed. And don't get me wrong, Jack. I've always liked Lucas, and I've always liked.
I'm
his
not saying that.
passion.
I'm just saying the big difference maybe between how the two handle it, right? So one
Yes,
person,
of course. He's an older bloke. He knows how to handle the situation. He's been around a couple of clubs. He knows what to do. Bergwijn's young, immature. I think he's more. The problem with Bergwijn, I think, is I can see the sort of similarities of Dele Alli. That he wants that lifestyle and just doesn't want to put in that effort.
or even having one good game, right? Having one good game, and all of a sudden, you're kind of, maybe just celebrating it a bit too much, I guess, is what's happening.
Exactly. Let me break it to him this way, all right? Scoring 2 goals against Leicester in, injury time or whatever doesn't make you a Premiership star. It highlights your name there. But you have to move on from that, and you have to start putting in the performances. So that's why I allude to, like, you look at Bentancur and you look at Kulusevski, like, they keep getting better and better because they're putting in the performances every week, and it's the reason why they're in the team. He doesn't perform for Spurs, and he hasn't. And I honestly, he will be sold. There's no doubt about it.
Do you think he'll be sold, back to Ajax? Do you think that's probably where he's going to head, or do you feel like he might
he'll go wherever they want him to go, Jack? Whoever puts the bid in for him. To be honest with you,
Donovan Duda said, like, he won't get into Milan, he won't get into most big teams in Europe. He wouldn't get into a Real, he wouldn't get into a Dortmund, wouldn't get into a Bayern, doesn't get into a Chelsea. Pretty much doesn't really get into any other club of Spurs' level or higher. So where does he go?
It depends, though. We've seen, like, average players go to look at Barcelona, for instance. Some average players have gone to Barcelona when you thought they would never go there. You know what I mean? So you never know. A different club might look at him and think, well, if we play him in this position, we might get more out of him. So you just don't know. I mean, I'd take 20 million for him now. Gone out the door.
And maybe we can move on to, I agree. I think 25 million is what we should take. We're probably going to end up getting 25 million out of him. But something that I know will get David riled up, especially now that he's away from the screen. And William Kelly, I know you're going to like this. The Manchester rumors are happening all over again, except this time it's the red side of Manchester, not the blue side of Manchester.
I laugh at those rumors. That's just bullshit. Yeah.
Coming from the Athletic as well, which is quite surprising. I mean, you have to pay for that service, and they're churning out.
But the thing is, though, they just want to put these things out. It's crap. Like, they know the situation.
It's tickets for cops.
Exactly. It's just a feeding frenzy. That's all it is, and it's slow news. And how are you doing, David? And they just want to. Yeah, good, man. Good. They just want to basically put Harry Kane's name out there because it's such a big name. It's one of the top strikers in the world. And we, like, as Spurs fans, we're so used to it now. We just laugh it off. We go, whatever. The thing is, like David said earlier on, is this summer is huge for Tottenham. It could go either 2 ways. It could go where Spurs lose their best striker ever and lose their manager, and lose loads of fans and lose everything, basically. Or it could go that they back the manager and Harry Kane turns around in October, November, whenever, and goes, right, I can see us going forward. I can see us moving in the right direction. I will sign a long-term contract to stay at Tottenham.
Yeah.
Now, me personally, I've said this before. I think that these club owners are backed into a corner now. They have no way out. The only way out is they have to invest now.
Yeah.
Because if they don't, I think they'll have a riot on their hands, basically.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Tottenham fans I've got to the point where they won't put up with this anymore now. This is the end of it.
Come here, you need to go back and see that clairvoyant for the Harry Kane future, lad. You need to go back.
I'm actually going to set it up. Today I come out of lockdown for COVID, so I'm going to set it up. So the next fan show, I'll come back with some. I'll ask all the questions that need to be asked.
I'll send you on the list. My man. Come here. Show me the jersey. I haven't seen that one in a while. Show me the jersey you're wearing.
Oh, yeah, this is the. Yeah, I like this one.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, the
only problem is it's quite tight. If you put on weight, you're screwed.
Oh, look, tell me about it. I've got loads of old jerseys.
Good color on
I know about it for sure. For sure.
I actually got me flat cap as well.
Oh, come on, let me see it.
Oh, give me a second there. I'll go off screen.
Let me see it. I can't wait to see. Oh, yes. A Lily white one as well. That's what I'm talking about.
I've got the white jersey as well. So.
Where'd you get that bad boy?
I got it from the Chinese.
Jeez, I need to look for a Lily white one myself, my man. It looks good. That looked good. I might stay with the jersey.
It's all right. It goes well with the white jersey as well.
Jeez, it does. It does. You'd be absolutely macking. And it's nice and cool in the Australian weather as well. I mean, what more do you want, man?
Oh, Dave, William Kelly in the white kit with that hat as well. It'd be a Champions League night. Like Champions League night kit, that one. There you go.
William, when are you getting over to again?
Oh, David, I don't know. I've got the Luke's here, by the way. Do you want to say hello, Luke?
Yes, Luke. Big up. Big up, Luke. I hope you're keeping well. What,
you're letting him you're still letting him have ketchup, right? Even though Antonio Conte said no.
Yeah, he won't stop, Jack.
Yeah, good man. Antonio Conte gives him a pass. He gives him a pass.
I love it.
Yeah, no, I hope to get over. I don't know. It's hard to know because I went down to Sydney, down to my friend, and I ended up getting COVID and came back. So it's like, and now I'm sitting in lockdown, and I'm like, I can't work. You can't earn a wage.
Yeah,
you're like if I'm going to go overseas, I got to really plan this properly because I think the thing with you guys is like if you get sick now, do you have to go into lockdown? Like, do you have to go into? No, you don't. So it's different in Australia. So the problem is, it's the percentages of people getting vaccinated over here are not up to the level that they want. So until we get to that point, we have to self-isolate for 7 days.
Yeah. Oh, that's hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just look. We'll get to that.
Vacation, that means even more no work. Yeah.
Well, look, William. Next season, I'm going to try and plan something. So hopefully, we can get you involved and get you over, my man. It'll be really nice.
Definitely.
Really, and bring Luke with you as well. It'll be an absolute experience. But look, William. Back to more urgent issues. Club issues. As we like to talk it out here and hopefully get the answers for everything. But look, a lot of people want an upgrade at left wing back, either regular or session. Would you agree with that? Or do you think that's an emergency issue? Or do you think that we should be putting money in elsewhere? And also, where would you spend the big bucks this summer? What position?
Honestly, I'd spend big bucks on a left wing and a right wing. Definitely. And I mean top class, really good players there. I'd spend money on a central defender. Definitely. And I'd also spend money on another midfielder, maybe 2 more midfielders. But have we got that money? I don't know,
Yeah.
What seems possible? 4 players or 5 players or fewer? What do you think is going to happen?
I think what you're going to see is you're going to see a lot of free transfers, to be quite honest with you. I think you'll get a lot of free transfers with the whole because a lot of clubs are trying to get sort out the books after COVID and stuff, and they've got big name players that they're just running down the contracts. So I think we could get 6 or 7 players. You'd be very surprised.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't expect that answer from you, William. I didn't expect that answer from you.
You're very positive lately these days, Williams. What's the
Someone has to be.
Fair point. Touche. I love it. William, we do have, actually a few more that's kind of, in terms of the news. What do you make of the fact that now, this one actually hasn't been asked yet, Depay and Dybala are being rumored with Spurs? The big debate is, which one would you take? Maybe put on your European flat cap here. Which one is maybe, would you take either? Would you take none of them? Which one would you take?
To be honest with you, I wouldn't make the suggestion of who to take. I will leave that to the professional who is Conte.
I love that. Professional answer from you then.
We can all say who we want, but at the end of the day, that man is world class. I've said it from the start when he came into this club. He's world class. Let him do what he's doing. They've got rid of this shit out of the club. They've got a little bit more to go, and they'll do that in the summer. Yeah. But it's getting players that he wants. Like, if he says, I want a 64-year-old player, then get him in. That's the way it is, Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's not, Conte doesn't work on age. He works on attitude, determination, and the will to fight for the team, basically.
Yeah.
That's why you see players like you look at that Bentancur, like he just fights for everything. He's a good player. He knows where to be in the right positions. Like Kulusevski, look at his tracking back. Like we spoke about Bergwijn, Jack. He doesn't track back. He doesn't follow back. He doesn't care, man. That's why he's not in the team. That's why he will not be in the team, basically. He's only on the bench because we have no one else. And until the summer, I can see a lot of players leaving Tottenham Hotspur, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, Paratici was pretty ruthless over January, and I'd imagine he'd do the same thing over this summer.
Yeah, I think so.
What do you think Paratici has done?
Oh, look, the jury's out still. And I get that he's done some good things. Like, he's brought in the 2 boys that have hit the ground running. Like, it's been unbelievable that they've done so well. But he has brought in some shit too, that just has not worked out.
Yeah.
And I think, but that's fair. That's football, though. What people don't realize is, like, do you think that, like, the likes of Manchester United don't bring in shit players that don't work out? Or bring in good players, that don't work out? It happens to every club. It's not. We're not immune to it. So don't ever think that we're going to get boy players and they just don't work out. But the thing is, you have to be ruthless. If they don't work out, get them out, get them gone straight away, get them on to another club and get in someone else. That's the way the likes of Manchester City and Liverpool and these teams work. If they don't work out, they're gone. Out of the team, straight away, shipped out, and another player's coming in instead. So you got to be ruthless. We as a club, because they never invested properly, haven't been ruthless. Yeah. And that's why they're stuck with the likes of Harry Winks and stuck with the likes of Bergwijn and Dele Alli's. 5 years of pure shit on the field. Like, it's not good enough as a club. We just haven't been run properly, but I think that's all about to change, though.
Oh, preach, man. You're singing off my hymn sheet. Absolutely, honestly.
It's all changing. I can see it. I can see it in the stars. I
really do hope so, because, I've been a big advocate of this. It's like, football is a ruthless business, but at Tottenham, like, every time Harry Winks comes on, does one pass, we're all sitting there whacking ourselves off, how can we use them? Should we change to a 3 in midfield? And stuff like that. We've just got to cut the crap. You just got to say, look, thanks for coming in, thanks for trying, hasn't worked out, see you later. You got to, if you want to be able to win trophies, you got to be ruthless. No club lets players sit here for 6, 7, 8 years without performing and goes and wins trophies. It just doesn't happen.
No, it won't work, David, and it'll never work with that sort of thing. But the thing is, if Conte is going to be here, and if he's here next season, it'll be that's not the attitude anymore. The attitude, I think you can see it's slowly changing, but he still, when he looks to that bench, he doesn't have anything on that bench, and that's the problem. But we gotta just look. If Spurs don't make it for top 4, at least I've seen enough improvements, and I've seen that we've got a world-class manager that's made enough improvements in this team. And anyone that looks at Conte and has to question him, I just think, come on, guys, seriously. Let's not go down this route again. Because you'll end up with someone like Graham Potter, and it'll be fucking twice as bad. Trust me.
Oh, I love you, William. Absolutely.
He's really pulling out the home sheets tonight. He really is.
You know, like, look at what you have. Like, appreciate what you have. But it's not about us appreciating what we have. It's about those ones up on the board appreciating what they have. But I think, like I said, they're backed into a corner. If they do the wrong thing, we're going to lose. Like, we're not just going to lose a manager. We're going to lose top players. They won't stay at the club because they'll look at it and they'll go, so you've got rid of Jose Mourinho, you got rid of Pochettino, got rid of Jose Mourinho, and now you're getting rid of Antonio Conte. Right, I've had enough of this club. I'm out of here. I'm going to Barcelona, Real Madrid, wherever I can get in. You know what I mean? I've had enough. I know I'm never going to win a trophy with you. So they know that now. They know that. Levy and them know that. And they know if they don't do the right thing, they are going to be in serious trouble.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Maybe last question, to end it off. What do you make of the fact that now Dele Alli is looking to be sold again now from Everton? It seems like Everton are desperate not to pay for him.
I'm not surprised, Jack. It doesn't surprise me. I laughed at that when he was going to Everton. I just thought that was a crazy decision. I think Dele Alli's career was over at Tottenham. I don't think his heart is not in it. He doesn't want to play football. Just retire then. Don't steal away from someone. It's not fair. You know what I mean? If you're not going to show it on the field, yeah, exactly. It's just a waste. Another talented footballer just gone to waste. It's sad to see because when he came on the scene at Tottenham, he was unbelievable. Like, he hit the ground running. He was fantastic. And we loved him. Like, we did. We loved him. We loved those late runs into the box. And I know people make the excuse that, once Eriksen left, that didn't happen anymore. But, he still scored.
I think he was like Jude Bellingham sort of levels. I think he was like what we're seeing from Jude Bellingham is what we were seeing in Dele Alli. Where it's just like the sky is not even the limit. Like, it's higher than the sky. It felt like that. Like,
it's something that you can show to other young professionals or young guys trying to make it professionally. There's an example of what not to do. You know what I mean?
No.
Now, it's obviously the money got, and I get it. I understand. Like, we would be in the same position if we got that sort of money. You just go to your head. Like, you need to stay grounded, and it's hard. Some human beings can do it, and others can't. And that's the sort of professionalism that Conte alludes to all the time. He wants players that are grounded and focused on one thing, and that's going out there and winning games.
Yeah.
And he can't have players like that in his team. That's why they're being shipped out. Unfortunately for Dele Alli, it's sad. It really is sad. And I think football's over for him. Doesn't matter where he goes.
That Conte figures these kids out, though. Like, he knows which ones are in for it, and he knows which ones aren't.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. And you see when Skip comes back, like, he loves Skip. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He loves Skip because he's got that fight in him, and he wants to win games.
Yeah.
And he wants to give his all. And that's all he asks of you. It's not like he's asking, like, yes, you need the talent, but a lot of these players should have the talent anyway.
Yeah.
But he wants that fight.
Yeah.
And that spirit. He just wants to build that in a team now, where they don't just crumble, and you're not seeing them win one game, lose one game, But look, like I said, if we don't get top 4, it's not the end of the world. But if we lose it to Arsenal, then it is the fucking end of the world.
Oh, it is, because they'll have their St. Tottenham's Day back, and that'll absolutely kill me. It would kill me.
I used to hate that with a passion. I'll tell you what. I used to cry when we would finish below.
Yeah. we've had it we've had it good in respect to Arsenal over the last you're not going to say nearly a decade at this stage, but yeah, look, we really need to finish above them this season. If all else fails, we got to finish above them.
Because I tell you what, though, David, I tell you what, they're not a bad side either. They're building for the future, and they've got some really good young players. So, wouldn't it be just unbelievable if it turned out that Tottenham and Arsenal were battling it out at the top of the table? I just love that. That would be fantastic.
It's not good for It's not good for the blood pressure, though. I'll tell you that, William. I'd rather it honestly. I'd rather it be West Ham because we just know that they would bottle it. We just know they would bottle it.
You always have to test yourself, Jack. It always has to be against the best.
Right. This is what I signed up for.
Never take the easy option. That's the problem with Tottenham. They take an easy option too many times. No, it'd be good to battle it out with them.
You're right. You're
no,
right.
absolutely spot on. But William, it's been a pleasure, my man. It's been too long.
Always.
It's been way too long.
All right, boys. Thank you so much.
William,
look, thanks very much
pleasure.
for coming on. Absolute pleasure. And look, hopefully you and Luke, you have a good day, my man.
Yep, certainly. Trust Conte. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. Absolutely love it.
William.
I want to see the hat and the jersey next time. It's awesome.
Will do.
Big up,
See you, boys.
Big
Gotcha,
up.
William.
See you soon,
Well done, my man.
What an absolute legend. I love William. I have such a good time for the guy. And the young lad just chilling out beside him, He has all these problems in the years to come. He doesn't even know it. I love it. I love it. I do love it.
He's got to inherit the passion from William. That will be tough. That would be tough.
Yeah, it really would. It really would. And cynical dad says, I have a friend who gave me a St. Tots card every year. Oh, that's I don't think he's your friend if he's doing that, cynical dad. I don't think he's your friend. If my friend done that to me, I'd send him something not so polite back for sure, my man. For sure. But look, we still have 3 guests to go, guys. So we're gonna cut everyone down to 10 minutes because we have been going 3 hours 15 already. It is absolutely insane. Everyone loving it, coming on and having their say, really enjoying it. And everyone that's stuck with us through the whole show, big yourselves up. But we've got 3 more guests to go for everybody. So let's get them on. We have Isan next. Isan, my man, how are you keeping, brother?
Good to see you, Isan.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty well, I guess. It's an international break, so it's kind of boring, but I still looking
Not for you,
to
though. Not for you, though, my man.
I mean, yeah, we already qualified, I knew it was it was inevitable. So yeah, it was it finally happened. But yeah, it was really good to see Canada qualify.
What do you make just quickly of your golden generation? Because I can tell that you guys got a bit of a golden generation coming through, which is a bit of a shock. Yeah, Ireland is having one as well, funny enough.
Yeah, we just need a Tomori to play for us. I mean, hopefully Southgate doesn't call him up so he plays for Canada. But honestly, Tomori is good enough to play for England, in my opinion. But yeah, I hope he plays for Canada.
That'd be nice.
But yeah, so I actually did prepare something before coming on. I don't like coming on without a plan, just to ramble. I also don't like talking about the recent game because the most recent Spurs game, because what has been said has already been said. There's not much else for me to say. So basically I was just comparing Conte at Inter and Conte at Tottenham, and there's some key differences that I found. So basically last season, the stats are from last season, right, where Inter won the league, and I'm comparing them to since November 1st when Conte first came in to the Tottenham job. So this is disregarding Nuno's spell at Tottenham, right? And so at Inter, right, he was actually fairly high pressing team at Inter, where if you look at the percentage of pressures in the final third, he had 27% of his pressures were in the final third at Inter last season, whereas with Tottenham, it's only 20%.
Is that
So
because of the Premier League, or do you think that could be because the players might be a bit different that he's working with? What do you think?
yeah, I personally think that this is like Conte is setting up the team like this on purpose because he realizes that the defense is weak, so you can't really like push forward and press the ball up high when your defense is that much weaker. I mean, Inter had the best defense in the league. I mean, you have Bastoni, Skriniar, and De Vrij. I mean, as a back three, that's quite excellent. And compared to us, we have Davies, Dyer, and Romero. And the only player that would get into that Inter back three would be Romero. But other than that, I mean, we're much weaker. So I think that's why that Conte has set us up to be more defensive, low block, mid block, sort of. But in terms of PPDA, pressures per defensive action, Tottenham are 13th in the Premier League, 12.75. So that's like indicative of us having sort of a mid to low block. And Inter were also 13th in the Serie A last season at 11.96. So to me, it seems that we are pressing slightly less intensely with Tottenham. But yeah, that like the way Conte wants us to be set up is more of a mid block, maybe sometimes a little bit more intense pressing against a smaller team. But yeah, like it's due to the squad that Conte has set us up this way into more of a lowish mid block and more counter-attacking. Like just for reference, Man City, they have 34% of their pressures in the final third, which is like I'm pretty sure that's the highest in Europe. And their PPDA is 7.49, which I think is like the lowest in Europe. So they're like the most intense pressing team. And yeah, we're at 20%. So we're like really like sitting back because our defense is so weak, like I've said. And yeah, with Inter, right? They actually led the league in OPPDA, opponent passes allowed per defensive action in your own half. So that's like a measure of playing out from the back. So Inter were statistically the best team playing out from the back. And when you have like a defense like that, like I mentioned, Bastoni, De Vrij, and Skriniar, who are very good defensively, and with the ball at their feet, you can control the game that way. And with Tottenham under Nuno, we were 12th in OPPDA in the league, but now under Conte, we're 6th at 12.68. So it's pretty clear to see the influence that Conte has on the team. He has set us up much better than Nuno did, but I think that he has to make some reservations, sort of hold back a little on the style he wants to play because of the squad that we have. And another thing that I forgot to mention is that he's probably not pressing as high this season with Tottenham because he doesn't have like the depth, like the squad depth. Because if you're going to play a more intensive style, you're more likely to get injuries. And like we have a non-existent bench.
Yeah.
So that's probably another reason why. So yeah, that's like just what I wanted to say. Like,
where do you think we're winning the ball back more then? Are we winning it more back? Like, are we just waiting to win it into like the middle thirds, or are we waiting to win it like maybe with our center backs? Like, because if we're not winning it high up the pitch, then where do you think we are trying to win it?
Yeah.
I mean, like just looking at FB Ref, the majority of our pressures are in the middle third.
So yeah, then my second question would be, what benefit do you like? Just, I don't really know. I think I do know an answer, but what do you think the benefit would be then of maybe winning it in the middle thirds of the pitch, maybe versus trying to win it high up the pitch, would you say? What do you think the logic is?
Well, I mean, it allows for more defensive stability. If you can have like 10 players like behind the ball, right, you can sort of help out our center backs who aren't like, best
less is asked of them.
defensively. So I think that's why he set us up that way. Like obviously with pressing high up the field, you can win the ball high, and that gives you more scoring opportunities, but Conte doesn't really like playing like that. He does like pressing higher than we are currently, but yeah, he has a set up this way because squad's quality isn't of the right
look,
standard.
Do you think
No
it could be
doubt
his
about
on? Do you think it could be like what maybe Nate just suggested there? What if we actually are trying to win it in the middle thirds to maybe lure a team in, almost kind of like a trap, maybe to a degree, where a team
Yeah,
has to put more players forward. That means that when Harry Kane picks up the ball, more space for him to find Son, and other players. So maybe it's more of kind of like, you force maybe the other team to come into your half. And perhaps why we've been such a counter-attacking team is because Conte knows maybe that's how he's going to score goals. So maybe that's why he's not pressing as high. Maybe it's only a theory, but what do
yeah.
you think of that?
Like with Conte, he was never really a high pressing manager, but I think he wants a setup to be in a mid block rather than like the mid/low block that we are now. And it is strategic because Conte does love a counterattack. That's the main way that he plays. So I do think it is strategic, especially with Harry Kane dropping deep and adding that extra man in the midfield. So it is strategic, but I just think that he wants us to pressure the ball higher. He wants us to play out of the back better. And yeah, we just don't have the quality in defense to do that. If you look at our attacking stats, they're actually quite good. So in terms of goals scored since Conte has come in, we have scored 38 goals in the Premier League, which is third. Man City have scored 48. Liverpool have scored 46. So we're not on their level. Arsenal have scored 32 goals. We've scored 38 since Conte has come in. So our attack is the third best in the league. But if you look at the amount of goals conceded, we've conceded the sixth least amount of goals, just one less than Aston Villa. We've conceded 20 goals in 19 games under Conte. So I do think that the main issue in our team is the defense. I've been saying this for quite a while. When Sean came on, he also said that the main player, the marquee signing, would be a center back, and I would agree. With yeah,
it has to be. It has to be. Look, Jose Mourinho was the same. He set up the team to protect that back line because when we did open up, when you open up, you're leaving more opportunity for players to run at your back line. And you look at our back line, we're not blessed with pace. And when you see, especially like take yourself back to Man City, how deep were Højbjerg and Bentancur? They're sitting right in front of that back four, protecting the edge of that area. And that's, look, any manager that comes in, right? Even the great Sir Alex Ferguson said it. Defense wins you titles. If you cannot keep the ball out the back of your net, you're relying on outscoring teams. And your players, you cannot ask your players to do that every single week. Now, I'm sure Conte, like you said, Isan, would like to play a bit higher up. But we can't. We don't have the players to do it. Harry Kane, Kulusevski, they're not pressing players. They're just not. So you can't go and press teams. But what he has done is he's found a system that makes our back four look a lot more steady. It doesn't allow teams to get straight runs on them. He solidified our midfield because what was happening is teams were just running straight through midfield. That's not happening anymore. And the stats you read out is purely is Conte has set up the team like that to protect that back four because he's seen what happened under Jose. Jose at times gave the fans what they wanted, go and press teams. What happened? They played through us and spanked us. We opened up like a can of beans at the back. Conte's not that stupid. Conte is Italian. They believe it's the defense. Defense is what they're known for. It's their art. It's an art form over there. And he has definitely set up this team to protect them centre-backs. If we had better defenders, you would see us play higher up the pitch.
I agree. It's actually funny you say that because Serie A is actually the second highest scoring league out of the top 5 leagues. But yeah, in the past, they were known for their defense.
Oh, they've always been known for it.
Especially
Even
those
those
AC
best
Milan.
defenders are Italian.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that's why Conte has been so much more successful than the likes of Mourinho and Nuno because that 5 at the back is just required. Like I've heard some people mention, we should try 4 at the back if we want to break down these low blocks. And I'm always against it because their defense is just that unreliable.
You even kind of look at a lot of the teams that aren't Man City or Liverpool. Recently, teams that have made a crack at doing well in the Premier League have actually recently been back three, kind of back five systems.
But they've also bought the players up through the areas to be able to play that quick, expansive football.
Yeah, but it's just, I think like maybe what the point is that maybe to challenge for like a title, like with a back four, you really need to have a real assembled squad of some perfection. And maybe what the back three and the back five does is it actually makes up for maybe some of the inefficiencies or deficiencies of certain players so that you can still play a progressive sort of football while also being a bit more defensively solid at the same time. So maybe that's why Tuchel is so successful, and even Conte was so successful as well.
But you're spot on. You look at Jose Mourinho's team. He played two centre-backs. Each week they were making a mistake. He kept on rotating them until he could try and find some sort of sturdy partnership. And we were just being ripped open. Teams were running through the middle, running through our defence and in on goals. So what has Conte done? He's put an extra man right in the middle of that defence, which then makes it harder for teams just to do what they were doing to us. It's smart management in a way. Chung L says, just curious, what is the stadium food like? I do not know, my man. We went in there. Look, plenty of nice options around the stadium, which is cheaper. You've got chicken. That place is amazing. It is very good. You've got Tottenham pie and mash. Very good as well. And then you've also got the kebab shop that we went to. Very, very good. So, I mean,
I would say the food outside looks and is delicious. So there's really no need. Just have all your pints and everything beforehand and afterhand. And just enjoy the football in between.
You
maybe
don't even need to be in the stadium.
Bring in a water bottle or whatever, and just hydrate during the game, and then eat afterwards. That's what I would say, Chung. That's what we did.
You go to any pub or any sort of place that's open that sells beer beforehand, you will find it packed with Spurs fans. And you go to any food place after, you've got plenty of local places there that A, could do with the business, and B, you get good quality food, Chung Al, so you're spoiled for choice. But I haven't tried it in the stadium, to be honest with you. I don't want to give them that money, to be honest with you. So I don't. So no, we done all of our eating and drinking outside the stadium.
Big food money is the real killer as well. The food money is definitely more overpriced than anything else as well. So definitely go to your locals. Definitely go to your locals.
Yeah. No, big up. But sorry, Sam, where were we, man?
Oh yeah, no problem. I just also wanted to talk about the improvements that we've brought in to our squad. I think that our squad is definitely better than the one that we had under Mourinho. I think with the addition of Romero, that's just such a massive upgrade. I mean, he just easily makes our squad much better.
An upgrade on Toby, even from last season, you would say?
Yeah, I mean, Toby, like, obviously, he was still good for us. He was decent, I guess, but he was aging, and Romero right now is better than Toby ever would be past that point. I know prime Toby was something else.
Another question, but last season's Toby nowhere near Romero.
And especially with Bentancur and Kulusevski, who have hit the ground running. I mean, it's just raising the standards at our club, if you think about it, because people were sitting here like, Ndombele needs more time to get accustomed. You give Lo Celso, like, we gave him like 2 seasons, give him another season. Dele Alli had been doing nothing for like 2 to 3 seasons. And here comes Bentancur and Kulusevski, these rejects who come in and are already performing. And they're working hard, and all the fans love them. So I really think that the standards at this club are being raised, and we're heading in the right direction.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, there's a lot to look forward to, and hopefully we can smash Newcastle as well. And and I hope Paratici gets the credit. Like, if we get top 4, I don't think anyone can doubt Paratici's dawn.
They won't give him the credit. All the people that called him Con Paratici, none of them will turn around and give him the credit. They'll just try and slide in on the train like they've been there all the time. None of them will turn around and say, "I'll hold my hands up, I got it wrong. He's done good for Tottenham." Nobody.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's one issue I have with like the overly negative takes. They come out after a loss, like which is understandable because right after a game, that's when the emotions are highest. But
Yeah.
like these overly negative takes are like, oh, like if we lose again, something bad happens, I'll be right. But if we win, I'll come and celebrate with you.
Yeah.
So that's really that's like one thing I dislike. But you know, I'm gonna stick my neck out and say that Paratici is the right director of football. And you know, if we get top four, if Conte gets back, you know, next season we have some more success. I think we'll start to see we'll start to see people giving him the credit that he deserves.
Yeah.
And additionally, we need to keep in mind that he needs time because these problems have been there for like years. I'd say like 4 years, I'd say.
No, spot on. But like the thing is, when it comes to Paratici, I mean, we also there's a few things us Spurs fans we have to understand. If you want Paratici to be able to work, right? There's budgets, there's wage budgets. Every single club has them. Tottenham's not an anomaly, and you have to work within that budget for the year, according to what your forecast and what your revenue is coming in. You have to stick to that budget. So what he had to do is, because there was so much shit there, he had to clear players off the books before he could even start bringing in anybody. And he's been doing it slowly. Okay, you look at his first couple of signings. Look, maybe haven't worked out, but when I think about it, right, you look at Galini. We didn't know what the story is with Hugo Lloris's contract. We didn't know whether he was going to sign or not. So we couldn't take the risk of him not signing, going somewhere, and then us looking for a keeper and having to spend 40, 50, 60 million for a keeper that's probably not even worth that value.
Still better backup than Joe Hart is, too, I would still argue. Still better than Joe Hart.
A better backup than Joe Hart. You look at Gil Messi. Look, he hasn't worked out, but he hasn't been given nowhere near the chances.
Same age as Jack Clark. Same age as Jack Clark.
Exactly. He hasn't been given the chances that Lucas or Bergwijn have been given either, but he will come good. You look at the kid, he's got everything to be a quality player. He's ripping it up over Valencia at the minute. They love him out there. Okay, you look at Emerson. Look, for me, defensively, I think Emerson is a good wing-back. If he didn't play against Man City, we wouldn't have got the result we did. If Doherty played there, we would have been ripped open time and time again. Then you look at the last three signings, Romero, Bentancur, and Kulusevski.
And all the outgoings.
Name three better signings. Exactly. Name three better signings over the last 4, 5, 6 years, if not longer, than these three guys. There hasn't been any. And there hasn't been two signings that anyone can tell me that has come in the January transfer window at Tottenham Hotspur and has hit the ground running like these two have. It's very easy to say, oh, he's gone back to his own club. I'm going to wait until see what he does next season. But at the end of the day, the players became available. They're of quality. He knows exactly what he was going to get. And he brought them in to steady this ship until the summer. Now that we've cleared off a lot of the shit, now Paratici can work effectively in the transfer market. But we have to understand, when a guy comes in, he has to clear out the shit first to be able to bring in players. Now, you have people saying, oh, I'm not convinced this, that, and the other. Steve Hitchen was blocked from doing what he wanted to do. May as well be the case. But if Steve Hitchen was given a budget of 65 million to head out and go and get Skriniar, and he comes back and says, oh, the lowest I could get it is 8 million. Well, then, is he doing his job? He can't work within a budget. He can't structure deals. He wants to pay straight up cash. But you look at Paratici, he was given so much in the summer and so much in January. And even though he didn't have enough to get all his targets, look at the way he structured the deals. We don't pay Romero until this summer. He's already come in and been a massive improvement, our best defender this season. You look at Kulusevski, we still haven't paid for him. We're not paying for him for another while yet. You look at Bentancur, look, less than 20 million. I mean, some of the way this guy manipulates a budget is unbelievable, and there's a lot to be said. That if and look, I don't agree with them being set these like measly transfer budgets when we've been in the shit we've been in. But if someone has to come in and work within that strength, which to do because Daniel Levy owns the club, I would much rather someone that could come in and manipulate the budget the way Paratici does, rather than Steve Hitchen going and looking for a player and coming back and being overpriced and then blaming us for not stretching out for it.
Didn't he also, didn't he have the reputation that he wasn't, and which I think was true at the time, he had the reputation that he didn't know how to move on players, didn't know how to get rid of players. He's kind of debunked that over this time here as well. He's gotten rid of what, like 10, 12 players at this rate?
I think he got rid of 10 or 12 last summer, didn't he?
No, like in total, I think so far he's gotten rid of 10 or 12. In 2 windows, he's gotten rid of 10 or 12. So Ishan, I mean, he's also kind of breaking down that stereotype or that stigma against him.
Yeah, I mean, like he's just gonna end up proving me right. And how you were mentioning, right? Like he went back to his former employers in Juventus to get players, and that's something that we're supposed to look down on. I mean, managers do that kind of thing all the time. I mean, Mourinho brought Ricardo Carvalho from Porto to Chelsea, and then from Chelsea to Real Madrid because he knew he was a quality center back. He knew he was a player you could trust. So I don't know why people don't have a problem with managers bringing over former players, but they have a
Especially
problem
when it's Juve. I mean, that's a pretty good former employer.
Yeah, but they have a problem with the director of football bringing in former players when he knows that they're quality and they've proven as such. So yeah, I mean, I think Paratici has done a really good job. Like, you know, I'm already calling him Don at this point, but I guess we'll see in the summer window. I think we have a lot to look forward to, and we should stay, like, as Spurs fans, we should stay positive because we are heading in the right direction under Conte. We are heading in the right direction.
No, we definitely are. Definitely are for sure. But look, Sam, we still have a couple of guests to get to, but an absolutely great call. I really enjoyed that. Come and locked and loaded with all the stats, man. Absolutely love it. Anything else you want to say before we let you go, brother?
No, I just want to say let's stay positive. Let's back the team, you know, let's enjoy the wins as they come, you know, and let's just have like a good time for the rest of the season. The real work starts in the summer window, and we have a lot to look forward to. So let's keep our heads up and let's back the team. Let's stay positive. Come on,
Absolutely. I love that. Well, listen, we'll see you again soon, my man. Keep being you, my man. Never change.
Never change.
See you.
Big up, Issan. Big up. Everybody give Issan a lot of love. I mean, not many people come lock and loaded with all the stats. In fairness, Dermot did today, though. But look, not many people do. Everybody give him a bit of love in the comments. Donovan, are you there, my man? If you are, just turn on your camera, brother.
I think it was KVP, but yeah, we'll do Donovan.
No, I think Donovan was in first before KVP. But look, let's get on Donovan. Donovan, my man.
Hey, Donovan.
How's it going, guys?
Absolutely buzzing, my man. Spurs are back this week. Life couldn't be better.
Yeah. And Canada made their first World Cup in my lifetime. So come on there. Let's go.
The golden generation is coming through, my man. I'm very happy for you guys. I would say it's good to have, you know, a team actually not be the likes of Costa Rica and whatnot, you know, knockabout. It's good to have some Canadians in there for the World Cup.
Yeah, for CONCACAF, speaking for a lot of Canadians, it's good to like top the group and put the Americans back in their place. You know,
yeah, I would say I'm not a big fan of the U.S. team, so it's nice to see, you know, another team kind of, you know, topping it up. I know some people are not happy that I'm a bit too nice to the Canadians, you know, for this one, but I would say it's just good to have, you know, kind of a new team, you know, knocking about, you know, in CONCACAF, showing what's up. Also good to see a golden generation coming through. But enough about that. Maybe let's talk Spurs, Donovan. Where do you want to start? You know, we talked all night about Steven Bergwijn. You know, the Harry Kane rumors are happening all over.
Yeah,
again.
You guys are going crazy. It's 3 hours and 40. You guys are troopers. But I'll keep this nice and sweet.
Well, I just gotta start then. Where do you want to start?
Yeah, let's Bergwijn some credit. Big Bergwijn fan. I compare him to Son.
He doesn't score many goals.
Donovan, what is it you're seeing him for? Someone like me who, look, I get he has all the potential in the world. I get he can flick a ball, you know, and he can do a couple of skills. And I get he runs like Usain Bolt, right? I get all of that. But he doesn't score or assist enough goals for me. And I don't pay. Well, look, certainly on FIFA or Football Manager, I definitely don't play a right winger who has less end product than a right back, for sure. What is it about Bergwijn? Tell me what it is that I don't see that I need to see, my man.
I guess I just compare him to his trajectory to Heung-min Son's trajectory when he first came to Tottenham. When he came from Leverkusen, there's a couple seasons where he couldn't really break into Poch's system. And I was actually doing a flashback watch along, showing the missus some of our big Champions League debuts when we went to the group and then we got out of the group and then we played Juventus. And Son didn't even feature really in any of those teams, like that night against Real Madrid, right? Like he didn't even make an appearance, right? And so I remember like he was really quiet, and I don't think he broke 10 goals. 10 goals. I could be wrong. I'm not a very statsman, but you gave him time, right? And you took his chance, and he came out with those quotes, right? And not just a young guy gassed up after a good international performance, right? Like constantly biting at the bit to get out and to show his performance. And you saw him and Tapai, they're gassing each other up and really going hard. And yeah, right. And I hope for my sake that Bergwijn comes good. But Antonio Conte even mentioned he brings something that no one else in the squad does, right? And Kane's in the squad, right? So if you watch some of his hold-up play, right, we're battling off a guy twice his size, and that ball sticks to his foot. So if we could somehow translate his Netherlands form, bring it back to Tottenham, we'll have a real good player on our hands. Because he's played Son's position, and Son's not getting any younger, right? So we're going to need someone to fill those boots here in the next 3 or 4 years. So it could be Bergwijn, right? So it might be simple as
going to hang around 3 or 4 years. Though,
yeah, that's what I guess.
Yeah,
these
right?
are what the quotes are about, right? So if he maybe was okay with being Sonny's replacement for the future, do you think he would have said those quotes? Would he have said those?
Yeah,
quotes?
right.
Would he have sent those quotes if he was okay with being?
What exactly did he say? He just said something about where he's appreciated.
He said, no matter how precious you are, if you are not in a place that values you, you are nothing.
Yeah, that's powerful. That's some pretty intense stuff, eh? I don't know. I guess we'll see how the end of the season goes. I think he's got at least 3 or 4 more goals in him, and then I guess we'll let the Don do his work. That Don Paratici and Conte go. And if he's wearing a Spurs jersey next year, then I guess we know he's doing something right.
Look, if Bergwijn gets 5 goals between now and the end of the season and helps us get top 4, I'll completely take back everything I said on the guy. But I think
Dave, I think I said 3 or 4, but I'd love 5 too. I'd love 5 too, right?
No, look, I'll set the benchmark at 5. That's what I'm saying. That if he gives me 5 between now and the end of the season, happy days.
Does it have to be goals, or does it have to be contributions too, like assists?
Let's go contributions.
Yeah, that's more realistic. Yeah.
The guy can't pass. So he's definitely not getting any assists.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely made more of his, like you said, he's definitely made more of his cameos than Lucas has. But that's not saying much, because you want people who'll fight for the badge, right? And so turning over a new leaf, and I'm just excited for this transfer window, to be honest. Because we're 3 or 4 signings away from really doing something well. You know what I mean? Like
if we get all 5 signings right, they're all what Conte has identified and what he needs, and they can help push us on. We will have a very, very good campaign next year in terms of challenging for things. But even if 2 of them are wrong, I think we might get top 4 and have a decent season, but I think challenging will be a stretch. I think we have to get all 4 or 5 correct.
Yeah. I see us needing. We definitely need some wing backs. We need another center back, and some stopgap for Kane, because he's gonna need some support up there. Our third highest scorer is an own goal right now. But come on, you Spurs, man. I'm jacked up because of the Canada win. I'm excited that we got Newcastle on Sunday, and soccer's looking good now. And for once, the last couple seasons I've written Spurs off this time of the year because we've had nothing to fight for, But man, that top 4 is alive now. So let's get behind the boys. Yeah, no, it is. I called it. Like, whoever wins the North London Derby is going to win top 4. So that game is going to come down to the
very end. Then what do you think? Are they just going to hold us in contempt?
Oh my! What are they doing? What's going on? Hey, every week Arteta is getting more and more antsy.
I think it's for the TV money. I think it's actually really, for the TV money, I think, more than anything else.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's for.
Yeah, but if you keep holding Arteta
the game's
anymore,
getting sold out no matter what. The game gets sold out no matter what. They know how much money they're going to make from that. I think what they're thinking about is, well, if we do it on this weekend, maybe then the TV money will be triple, because what they're really thinking about is how many more, to be honest, American, Canadians, and people around the world are going to be watching it.
You watch, Jack. You watch the amount of VAR decisions that we'll get that we didn't get all season long. Arsenal, if they're not in a game, they'll get a VAR decision. They will do their best to keep these 2 teams in it towards and make Arsenal Spurs the 37th game of the season, and top 4 hinges on it. You mark my words. You'll see Harry Kane get goals onside that would have been disallowed earlier on in the season. 100% you will. They're dying to keep the two teams in the race. They want to maximize that game. They want to maximize the TV because usually, think about it, usually 36, 37 games, places are already decided. People are just seeing out the rest of the games. But they want something hinging come the end of the season. And they'll do their best to make it be Tottenham Spurs. You watch.
What a season we're blessed to watch, though. Hey, like the title race is wide open. We don't know who's going down.
I need a new heart.
What's that?
I need a new heart, lad. Honestly, the amount of heart.
Oh yeah. This week. Especially after guys' experience there. That looked real fun, guys. I watched that vlog and I let you guys know. Wow, that's good stuff.
I'm glad you liked
it.
It
actually inspired me there, Jack. I got a little piggy bank, a little wooden box. I'm throwing 20s in. You know, I'm gonna get over eventually. I gotta go check that stadium out, man. Yeah, it's gonna be good. But no, come on, you Spurs, man, in top 4, and it's gonna each game by game. We just gotta put pressure on Arsenal because Arteta's already starting to fold. I mean, if you're still 9 games away and you're already complaining about the fixtures, man, the pressure's building in that camp, right?
He's folded already. The pressure is getting to him. As soon as I heard them quotes, I knew it. The pressure is getting to him. He's an relatively inexperienced manager. His squad is relatively inexperienced. And now he's crying because the games are coming in thick and fast. He is rattled already. He's rattled already. And Conte will get the best of him in the press every single day of the week. He knows it. We've got to forget about them. And we've got to look after ourselves every single game. We look after ourselves every game and get maximum points from them. The rest will take care of itself and we will get top 4. 100%.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, well, guys, you had a long night. Don't need to take up more of your time, but I'll see you guys again for Newcastle. And we're running up the season. Let's get in some momentum and let's run at Anfield with a big battering ram. Let's go there. Let's go there, all guns a-blazing, because I'll never forget those couple games, man. Like that Musa Sissoko window run, and then he nailed it over the crossbar, and then Harry Kane's missed with the header from 6 yards, man. He's got to do some damage when he goes back. So, man, it's going to be a good end to the season.
You're spot on. By the way, Donovan, George, who is, I always love seeing in the chat, he's saying, he's happy with how many Bergwijn friends he's gotten from tonight. I would say it's not just you, Donovan. There have been a few others that.
There's some still guys on that train. I'm glad.
There's a Bergwijn fan club. There's still a Bergwijn fan club. So I would say, George, he wants to see you again, Donovan. He wants to see you come on again.
Big up, George. No, I don't read a player off until they're done, and I see that departure thing on the thing. I was a big fan of Lamella too, and that took a lot of abuse for that for a lot of years,
Don't worry, I have a theory there have been some revisionist history about Lamella, so I think you're very good to stick by him. I would say it's a good time to be a Lamella fan.
All right, well, big up, guys. I'll let you guys go, and big up Kyle waiting so long, and come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
Absolutely.
Big up, Donovan. Really enjoyed the conversation, my man. Really enjoyed it. You're an absolute legend. We'll see you soon, Donovan. Legend.
Gotcha, my man.
The guy's absolutely brilliant. What a breath of fresh air. Really enjoyed Donovan. He looks like a rock star, doesn't he? He looks like he's ready to go in and play a gig or something.
The night of debuts as well, Dave. The night of debuts. Honestly, everybody, I would say, absolutely smashed it tonight. And it's been nice, Dave. It's been nice. It's always good to kind of talk to different voices, get different opinions. And I guess, that's what we kind of always try to do, especially on regular panel shows. We try to get different opinions out there. But I would say it's come in the form of the fan show tonight, which is always nice as well.
No, it is. It definitely is. But look, let's bring on. I think he's the last guest. I'm going to text Ellie, see if she's still awake and wants to come on. But I think he's the last guest.
It's a good one to finish on.
But let's get him on. It is KV.
Come on, KV.
How you keeping, my man?
I'm good. Just a little pop. I can't sign into my Xbox account on the Xbox Series S because it's not letting me sign in.
Is that because you gave David too much of a smacking? It won't let you sign back in.
No, cheeky little fucker, right? He tweeted me the other day, didn't you, Kyle? Tweeted me the other day. He's like, "I'm gonna batter you." I just replied to him. I was like, "You wouldn't bake clothes into a washing machine, Kyle."
I can't, but I've got Xbox One. I can play you on, Dave, and I'm still gonna smash you. Like I've just bought Inform Son. I've got Inform Bergwijn.
Oh no!
I bought Inform Son.
Are you on about Ultimate Team, Kyle?
Yes, mate.
Man, how are you getting all these cards? I've been playing it flat out the last week, and I can't get any special cards.
Because You have to
He's
play
a savvy
like
businessman, Kyle.
yeah,
Is.
you
He's a
have to
savvy
play
businessman.
division rival games or squad battles to get those players. Like
Man,
Ben
I've gone
Simmons.
from Division 9 to Division 4 in like 3 days, and I still can't afford any of them.
You need to play a load of games like Ben and Sims said. Like they've got Gary Lineker, but they sold Harry Kane. Big mistake. They sold him, and they bought that Modric card.
Oh, that's an unbelievable card, though. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, but yeah, and I watched Gareth Bale score 2 stunning goals for Wales on Thursday.
Would you have him back?
Gareth Bale, yeah, easy.
would,
I
yeah?
would after that performance, and the Spanish media should be ashamed of themselves.
Why? Why?
They're calling him, I don't know, whatever they called Bale as a
A
disgrace.
parasite. They called him a
Yeah,
parasite.
parasite. Like, they should be ashamed of themselves. The Spanish media, like, Real Madrid fans don't like him, but he's won 14 trophies with them, and he's won more than Zidane has. So, respect Gareth Bale. And the guy's world class. And, yeah, I don't know why he's getting disrespected by the Spanish media. Like, disrespecting a legend. Come on. The guy,
Yeah.
he's like, Wales are just one game away from going to the first World Cup since 1958. So, yeah, but the draw for the World Cup is on Friday this week.
Yeah.
The draw. Who's going to get who in what group?
Who do you want? Who do you want, Kyle? As an English fan, who do you want?
I wouldn't mind Portugal, France, and Germany, but yeah, Portugal.
You want them all in your group.
You want to knock them all out?
You're a madman.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind knocking
It's not
Ronaldo
FIFA,
and
Kyle.
Griezmann out.
He wants blood right away, Dave. He wants blood right away.
Yeah, it's not FIFA, Kyle. You know, you can't just walk out and smash these teams. It doesn't work like that.
Well, it is the World Cup after all, but yeah, Italy are not in it, so that's good anyway. Second time they failed to qualify for the World Cup, so bye
I
bye
tell
to
you're buzzing with
Italy.
that.
Yeah.
Especially after them rattling you at the Euros, huh?
Yeah, well, like Italy should not have had a player starting because one of their players was actually already on a yellow card before the final. Like, I don't know who it was, but their player should not have even been playing for Italy in the final.
You should have
Lucky, though.
complained. You should have put in a complaint to the FA.
But like anyway, they're not going to be in the World Cup, so I'm not going to say who's going to win it because we all know the answer to that. So I'm not going to tell you who's going to win it. Surprise!
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
But come here, my man. What's your thoughts on Stevie B? We've been debating Stevie B all night long. A lot of fans love him. Me personally, I'm not his biggest fan. I'm not sure Jack is either. I can't speak for Jack. I think that's what my conclusion on it. But Kyle, are myself and Jack wrong? Are you a Stevie B lover?
Like, you gotta love Stevie B. Like, yeah, he loves scoring in stoppage time. He got 2 goals for the Dutch, like against Denmark. And yeah, I am a big fan of Stevie B, Stevie Wonder. Yeah.
Ice Bergwijn.
Yeah, like,
Bergwijn.
yeah, that's what expression says. Ice Bergwijn. Yeah. So yeah, I'm a fan. But if he can do that against Newcastle this weekend, then I think he should probably start. But we've got the best front three: Kane, Son, and the ginger from Sweden, Kulusevski. So
Give me a ginger from Sweden.
yeah, and yeah, so yeah, but maybe he will put. Maybe Conte might bring him on and score in stoppage time like he has done already. But yeah, I'm a big fan of him. But when we first bought him, I thought this guy's not gonna do what Ericsson did, but he just done it straight away. And De Gea had no chance stopping him from scoring that goal when we drew 1-1. But like, he's starting to become good. Like, I know Ajax won him, but he actually played for PSV, not Ajax. I don't know why people are like Ajax won him.
Well, I
But
guess maybe there's been a recent guy from PSV that's gone over to Ajax, so maybe that barrier is now being kind of, blurred a bit. Maybe they do want to go to the rival club.
oh right.
But
Like,
enough about Stevie B, Kyle. What do you make of the fact that? Yeah, sorry.
Just quickly take these 2 super chats because there's one there from Georgie as well for Kyle. He says, thanks for bringing Donovan on, Dave and Jack. Look, don't thank us. Thank Donovan for coming on, my man. It's these people that come on, brother. Big yourself up, George. And hopefully you get on there, George. You keep hiding, but you got the badge beside your name. You keep hiding. Get on here one day.
I want him to give his case. I want him to give his case for Stevie B. Dave, he's the one who will have the best case there is. He'll have the one. We'll just shut up and listen. We'll just shut up and listen to George.
He'll tell me what's what with Bergwijn for sure. And he also says, "Big love, Kyle. I'm a fan of yours too."
Yeah, George.
I love Kyle.
Yes, George. Much appreciated.
What do you want to say to your number 1 fan out there, Kyle?
Cheers,
well, actually,
George.
number 2 fan. I'm your number 1. No, number 3. I'm number 1. Jack's number 2. George's number 3. What do you want to say? What do you want to say to Georgie?
KVP, the best acronym.
Yeah. Cheers for that, George. Much appreciated, my man. And yeah, I see Ben and Sim went to Dublin, Dave. I hear. Ben tagged you. Yeah.
Yeah, he came over to the Emerald Isles, my man. He came over.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, back in action this weekend.
What's your thoughts?
I know last season we didn't beat Newcastle at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, but if it wasn't for that stupid ref, I know Andy Carroll would claim for a handball, but it touched Dyer's shoulder. Yeah. I don't know why it didn't touch his arm. Handball, just a disgrace. These referees are. Anyway, the handball.
Are you happy to see Mike Dean then retiring? Are you happy to see Mike Dean retiring?
I don't think Mike Dean was the ref. I think it was Craig Pawson or whatever the other name was.
It sounds like Craig Pawson, anyway.
Yeah, it sounds like something.
Yeah, Craig Pawson is not good, but I don't care whoever the ref is. But if it happens like it did last season, then I'm gonna be fuming. The referees need to go to Specsavers and take and be ashamed.
They never go to Specsavers before they ref Spurs games. It feels like, Kyle. It feels like they're always
they deserve a red card, don't they?
Games.
Yeah, and Conte's going to release the Hounds again, and he's going to release them again because he actually did lose to Newcastle once, but that was with you know who. But we've already beaten Newcastle this season. That was under the Portuguese Cafu and Nuno, but Nuno's gone. Conte's here. Conte is going to beat Newcastle. We've not lost at home to Newcastle.
Do you know who I'm always afraid of, Kyle? Dave and I always say it's Joe Linton always seems to have good games against us. He turns into prime R9. It feels like, against us. Are you a bit worried because Joe Linton now, he's actually playing well outside of Spurs games. He's actually just in a good bit of form right now. And now he's coming up against Spurs. He always seems to play well against us. Does that maybe worry you a bit?
I'm a bit worried he might score at our stadium like he did two seasons ago when that was our first full season there. But we can't keep losing at home. We've only lost 2 under Conte. That was Southampton and Wolves. But we can't lose at home to these lot. I know they've got the former Bournemouth manager who Eddie Howe has. I know they lost their recent game, but we can beat these lot. Come on.
Love it.
Yeah. I think
I want to ask you, my man, and Jimmy's brought it up, but I've always thought this about your memory, man. You're you have an incredible memory when it comes to Tottenham Hotspur games, goal scorers, referees. Where's it coming from, my man? Tell us. What's the secret? What do you drink?
It's just coming from everyone, I think. It's coming from some of my mates who support Tottenham and my girlfriend. But she's a massive Spurs fan as well. Nice. So yeah,
have you got her a jersey with her name on the back?
Her name's Sylvie, but I'm hoping to get her a Tottenham shirt later this year. Maybe before Christmas. I'll hopefully get her one then.
She
Yeah,
has to earn it first, though, Kyle, right? She has to earn it first.
yeah, she is a Tottenham fan, but she'll have to earn it. Yeah, she has to earn it
What
first.
would she get? Would she get her name on the back? Would you get Romero? What would you get? What would you get?
I'll probably get Romero, I think, because
She's
she's
a Romero fan.
Romero, yeah, like Romero. I think number 4. Yeah, I'll probably get Romero for her. 'Cause she's a big fan, and that's what I'll do then. That will be an early wedding present before we get married, which I'm hoping to. Then,
Oh, congratulations, my man.
cheers,
Nice.
man. Yeah, so you two better come over with Ben and Sim. Then,
Yeah.
yeah, and
I'll be there.
yeah,
I'll be there
and
in my can the Romero
yeah,
jersey be my
and
tuxedo? Is that okay if the Romero jersey is my tuxedo?
yeah,
I'm gonna wear one of Conte's black on black suits, lad. Is that all right?
Yeah.
yeah,
And he's
sure.
gonna have a hound right next to him. He's
Yeah,
gonna have a hound in his hand.
yeah. Just to any rival fans who want to come, unfortunately, no, because it's Tottenham only, not Arsenal, West Ham, Chelsea, or any other fans. So no, Tottenham only. So if anyone tries to come, then we're gonna have some security guard to stop you from coming. Like an Arsenal fan actually went and done a tour at our new stadium. I seen it on Facebook, and what an Arsenal fan going doing a tour at our new stadium. Seriously, I don't know how, but
He's a mug.
he's a mug. He's just a shit Jack Wilshere. Who, you're just a shit Jack Wilshere, and yeah, like Jack Wilshere should be charged for what he said about us after they won the FA Cup in 2015. Like, I hate Arsenal, as Peter Sheringham does, and when they come to our house again, it'll probably be in May anyway. I think they'll probably decide who finishes in the top 4, but it's gonna be us, and we're gonna smack them. And Kane loved the North London derby. 16 games, 11 goals, 3 assists. Like, I think he scored, I don't know, 5 at the Emirates, and I don't know, a few in North London at the Tottenham Stadium. So he's going to score again. Son as well. And I expect Kulu to score. Maybe Virgil van Dijk. He's going to wind him up. But I don't know how Dele Alli was hit by an Arsenal fan, like using a water bottle. Disgrace. That was when we won. Like, I don't know, but Dele Alli was winding him up. What's the score? Is what he did. And what's the score, kid? 2-0 Tottenham, eh? Theo Walcott done that in the FA Cup, but Dele Alli better. And but Son is Tottenham through and through. Absolute legend. The Korean king. No one's better than him. Like, whoever said anyone's better than Son, you're having a laugh.
Kane is better than Son, Kyle.
Kane? I don't think Kane is, but like it's hard to compare them two. He's been there the longest. I know Kane.
David's breaking his own rule, Kyle. What? Can't let him do that. He's breaking his own rule. He said never to compare them. He said you're not supposed to get them split up. You know, you don't want them. You know, you don't let him do that, Kyle. You got to release the hands on Dave now. He's breaking his own rules.
But like,
don't let him do that in FIFA, Kyle. Don't let him break his own rules now.
Yes, Jimmy, what's going on, my man? Big up, everyone. And as you know, it's WrestleMania this weekend, so I'll be watching. And Sheamus is going to be at WrestleMania. Bella! Fight night. Sheamus.
I love it.
Yeah.
But look, Kyle, it's 1:30 in the morning, my man, so we are going to wrap it up, lad.
No,
honestly, never ever change. You're such a breath of fresh air. You have me laughing every time.
Who let the hounds out? Conte did. I'm not to listen to who let the dogs out.
Don't wake up the missus. She'll be angry, lad.
I know. She probably won't like it, but she doesn't live where I am. She lives too far. But
you're all right. Blare it out.
And fuck the Arsenal. Come on, you Spurs. North London is ours. Boom! Leave out.
I'll see you again soon, my man. I'll see you again soon.
See you, man.
Oh, what a legend. What an absolute legend, KVP. What a man. He cracks me up every time he comes on. But look, guys, there you
Quickly,
have it.
Dave, just to honor the segment, what was your maybe favorite line maybe from tonight? Did you have a favorite line, favorite punchline from somebody?
Oh, let me think.
I really must say, I thought Ian's, when he said Brian Hill is that guy that he just has a soft spot for, that he always sticks up for, I thought that was unbelievable. To see that he was a believer, I would say that was a big moment for me.
I have to say, I did love Williams' rant. He was singing right off the Harris hymn sheet. I was about being rootless in football and stuff like that. I really, really enjoyed that.
Dermot with the stats too was good. Dermot, coming out with the stats was pretty crazy on Jimmy Greaves versus Harry Kane. He came well prepared.
Isam was brilliant. Isam was
good as always.
Who else?
Sean, we could talk forever with. Sean did really well. We could talk forever with Sean.
Andrew, I thought was absolutely brilliant. I could listen to that guy all night long. Donovan, I thought was great as well.
Donovan, he just wanted to get out of there, but he was doing really well. Like, I really liked Donovan. Yeah. No, he's a straight talker. He kind of had the Maxi Miller about him. He's a bit of a straight talker as well.
Yeah, no, he definitely is. No, we've had a very good fan show tonight. It's been 4 hours.
And KVP, of course.
Huh?
Sorry, yeah. And I always love Kyle. Kyle was a great one to finish off with. Good vibes to finish off with Kyle as well.
Oh, Kyle's just a breath of fresh air. He's just a breath of fresh air. I love that man. I love him. But look, guys, and thank you, George. I really do appreciate that, my man. Big yourself up. But guys, it's been 4 hours, 10 minutes. It's been a long one today. I've really enjoyed it. Smiling from the beginning till the end. Look, we love this. This is what it's all about. Speaking to fans, getting their opinions on things and everything else. I want to say a massive thank you to everybody who has come in, who has come on and had their say. These fan shows are nothing without you. I want to say a massive thank you to Jack as well for his time this evening. I want to say a massive, massive thank you to all you guys out there for tuning in as well. And a massive thank you to everybody who smashes that like, smashes that subscribe, and help support the channel financially. What me and Jack do here purely relies on the donations from the public. We don't have any big wigs behind us. We're not signed into an agency. We purely rely on the donations from the public. So a massive thank you from the bottom of my heart to everybody who continues to still support us to this day. It's absolutely amazing. But before we do bounce out of here, I'm going to let Jacko tell you where you can find this man, and then I'll tell you what to expect tomorrow.
All right, I'm going to do it really quick, guys. Depay versus Dybala video. I mean, I must have done it so early because now, the rumors are coming about. There really are rumors linking us to Depay, and there are rumors linking us to Dybala. I basically have my pick, and I'd break down which one might be best for Spurs. I think it's a good one. Just did also free agent signings that would go under the radar. So free agents that maybe you didn't know that might be free agents this summer, and which ones I also say could be a good, signing for Spurs as well as for other clubs. And then also, I believe tomorrow I'm going to be releasing a video on basically unknown players that are having really good seasons, which I think is a fun one too, because we're going to be talking about players that you have never heard of that are having better seasons than Messi, Mbappe, all those sort of guys. And I think that's a really fun one as well. So really hope you guys check those out.
No, do get over there and check it out, guys. Absolutely brilliant videos by Jacko. Everybody as well. While you're over there, why not smash that subscribe button as well, guys? Your support on the Flat Cap Your Talk has been absolutely incredible. Myself and Jack have been absolutely blown away. So massive thank you to everybody out there. Guys, what's coming up tomorrow? You can join me here at about 10 to 5 tomorrow, Irish time. We'll be watching Ireland under-21s versus Sweden under-21s. Ireland are away. A lot riding on this game. Anyone that knows me knows I've followed them right through this campaign and previous campaigns. We beat them 1-0 in the first fixture. We're currently 4 points behind them. They're sitting top. But if we win, we go 1 point behind them and a game in hand, which means Ireland, the under-21s, can qualify for Euro 2023, which is absolutely massive for one of the underage teams. We don't get to many tournaments whatsoever, so it'll be absolutely huge. In fact, I'm going to put it on record. I think it could be only the first or second time they'll ever get there as an under-21 team, which is insane. And then you can also back-to-back games. We'll be doing the Ireland game versus Lithuania as well. So make sure you tune in and join us, guys. And then, guys, also next season, we're proud to say we'll be bringing you under 23 watch-alongs and some under 18 watch-alongs as well. And maybe, hopefully, we can get some for some of the women's games as well. So it'll be loads, 24-hour Spurs here, basically. But look, guys, it's been a great one. We'll all see you back here tomorrow. Killian, I see you're still in the chat. Hopefully we see you back here for the Ireland games tomorrow. The under-21 starting at 5 as well, my man. Everybody, see you back here tomorrow. Stay you, stay true. Come on, you Spurs. In Conte we trust.
In Conte we trust. Come on, you Spurs.
Don't forget to make sure you like that button, subscribe to the channel if you are new, and guys, get your comments underneath. As you can see lately, we've been very good at replying to people. So get your comments in, guys, and see you all tomorrow.